Thank you very much for coming here. Can everyone hear me? This is truly a beautiful place, and I respect your understanding of the significance of this weekend. You could have been anywhere, but you chose to be here, and that tells me a lot about you. It tells me that you're a very intelligent crowd. Throw a bone out at the end and leave you with a happy message, because I don't want you to leave here, contemplate suicide or anything. But the information I'm going to share is information that is not uh, common in the UFO community. Most of the other alien abduction researchers, for whatever reason, have deliberately left out a lot of this information relative to the reptilians, to military abductions, and MILABs for short. MILABs are legitimate alien abductees who, for reasons which I will explain, are kidnapped, trained, and utilized as deep black operatives by elements of the military intelligence community. And this information has come with a price. There's many people I know, some who've literally been killed, and some who've been harassed unmercifully, not just from human intelligence agencies, but from the reptilians and the aliens themselves. Any half-right UFO researcher can be monitored or harassed by deep black elements of the human military intelligence community. However, when a researcher or an abductee starts getting harassed directly by the reptilians, for example, you know that that person is crossed over into the threshold of the big leagues. And I will go into details about that in my talk. Now, before I delve into the speech, there's certain issues that I need to raise. One of which is the issue of credibility. For too long, the American people have obtained their various and sundry subjects from patently non, and just to give you a few, the academic community, the scientific community, and establishment historians have all collaborated to, in effect, dumb down the public. Pearl Harbor conspiracies, JFK conspiracies, they're still being maintained today because the full truth about any of those subjects would be revealed. It would undermine other conspiracies that they are tangentially connected to. Now, one of the problems I've always had is with people who are always trying to big shot me. People that are PhDs, people that are scientists, people that are members or former members of the aerospace community. They show up at these conferences, thumping on their chest like Tarzan. Here I am, big shot researcher. You have to listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. Time after time, in examples such as the MIA issue, missing prisoners of war, atomic veterans who've been utilized in radiation experiments or have taken part in above-ground atmospheric nuclear tests, veterans of the Southeast Asian conflict that were afflicted with what's been known as the Agent Orange syndrome from exposure to dioxin, and most recently, Gulf War syndrome, which has come about through the use of an anthrax vaccine. There's an excellent book about the subject called Vaccine A, written by someone named Matsumoto. And what all these subjects have in common is when these people that have been afflicted with one sort of ailment or another has come forward to the VA department, to the rest of the medical scientific community, what's always happened without exception is that some establishment shill, some scientist, some academic always pops up and dismisses out of hand claims of the sufferer of Agent Orange, the sufferer of the radiation experiments, the sufferer of the anthrax vaccine. There's a gigantic dung heap of these establishment shills that have sought to suppress and downplay and marginalize any information which contradicts the official spin. Most often as not, the excuse has been used of a psychological disorder, a psychological aberration on the part of veterans suffering from Gulf War syndrome, veterans suffering from Agent Orange exposure. Things such as the deliberate disappearance of military records of some of these individuals who've suffered from radiation exposure has been utilized. Now, it's interesting, when Bob Lazar came forward with his astonishing claims about his work at S4, and it turned out that his educational records couldn't be found, the debunkers all had a good laugh and said, well, he can't prove that he's a scientist. He can't prove he worked at Los Alamos. But that modus operandi has been used against people who've been exposed to radiation, who've been exposed to dioxins from Agent Orange, who've been exposed in a number of other instances. It's not a new method of dealing with potential whistleblowers. There's a corporate financial agenda at work which strives to attain global centralized control at the expense of the individual. So I want you to keep that in mind as I speak today, because people are going to wonder about my credibility. People are going to wonder about the credibility of the abductees in my labs who share their information with me. And yet, for many years, these same people who are questioning the credibility, myself and my colleagues, have bought into the lies of the establishment, have bought into the lies of the scientific community. And nowhere is that more prevalent than in the UFO field. For example, today is the age of the camcorder. You can't very well debunk and mock and ridicule a camcorder. So what happens? These experts in the aerospace field pop up like so many pieces of feces which refuse to stay flushed. They pop up and they say, oh, well, that's just the stealth craft. And the dumb, ignorant audience, the national television audience, nods their head dumbly, yeah, stealth. But stealth, folks, has nothing to do with the visual spectrum. Stealth has everything to do with what's known as the radar cross-section, the RCS of a craft, utilizing certain composite materials, designing the craft in such a way as there's no right angles to reflect back radar signals. The radar cross-section can be reduced to such an extent that for all intents and purposes it is invisible to radar. Not entirely invisible, but small enough to thwart any attempt at ground control intercept radar stations, airborne radar lock-on platforms to lock on to the craft. So when people say, well, that video shows like a stealth aircraft, that's just another lie. And they can only get away with that because the general public is ignorant about such issues. If it was a stealth aircraft, what is it doing lighting up the whole countryside? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of stealth? I mean, think about it. It defeats the whole purpose of stealth. Now, unless you're talking about the invisible jumbo jet that crashed in the Pentagon, that was equipped with a Romulan cloaking device. But the thing is, you always have these shills, and there's some here at this conference, UFO debunkers. Now, you can always tell who a UFO debunker is, essentially a paid government liar. How do you know? Well, rule number one in counterintelligence psychological warfare operations is you have to have a plausible reason for being someplace. If you're, and by its very nature, a UFO debunker is covert deniable asset of the U.S. government or some other government. But they have to have an explanation for being somewhere. This is like in overseas operations. A person may have the cover of Agency for International Development. They could have the cover of a foreign service worker. They can have a cover of a relief worker. A UFO debunker doesn't have a reason for being here. They don't have a reason why on their pretty websites they have nothing but articles debunking alien abductions, debunking the UFO subject in general. So just keep all this in mind. I have to preface this because there are some people out there that still cling on to this notion that people with PhDs and other letters after their name are somehow more credible than people who don't have those letters after their name. So now that I got that out of the way, you're probably wondering who I am. My name is James Bartley, and I've had somewhat of an eclectic background in the telecommunications field and the insurance industry. I spent a number of years as a civilian working in an intelligence-related capacity for the Department of the Navy, in particular Naval Air Forces. My rather innocuous title was that of database coordinator. I worked in communications. One of the things that always struck me as humorous is all these experts with magnifying glasses poring over alleged official government documents, and they're saying, well, you know, the comma's out of place, so, well, the font is not right. Well, I really can't comment on how the formatting was years ago, but I know that today, really, some of the official messages you will read from different commands can be as breezy and as irreverent as an email. They don't necessarily follow a particular standard. Now, what did I do? Well, I really can't elaborate on what I did in communications because the powers that be are bound and determined to go to war with China and God knows how many other countries. But I will say that probably more than most in the intelligence community, I had extreme exposure to intelligence summaries from a multitude of intelligence agencies. Ones that you're familiar with, maybe not so familiar with. Also R&D centers like the Army's Missile Development Center, Redstone Arsenal, the various intelligence sections of the various commands, theater level commands, Army level commands, Air Force commands. When you're in communications, you are smack up in the middle of just an astounding stream of intelligence-related information. Much of it really doesn't need to be classified, actually. On a daily basis, I interacted with members of the Naval Intelligence and Naval Security Group, which is Naval Security Group, or NAVSEC is the naval subsidiary of the National Security Agency. I was responsible for creating entire streams of classified and unclassified message traffic, what are known as AGS, AIGS, addressed indicated groups. Let me make one up. AG 555, it could be about aircraft maintenance. I was also responsible for creating what are known as CADs, collective address designators. And let me make one up. NASCAR. Anybody that had an interest in NASCAR from a crew standpoint, driver standpoint, or a racetrack standpoint, were all action or info addressees on types of messages. Not only was I a member involved in communications, but I was the go-to guy in the command. If somebody in anti-submarine warfare needed a certain type of message traffic, they came to me. If somebody involved in electronic countermeasures, flying around in the EAD prowlers, they came to me. If somebody that worked at a contractor working at one of the power propulsion desk, for whether it's contractors from Pratt & Whitney, General Electric, what have you, they came to me. They came to me with the types of messages they needed to see. And I manipulated a database to ensure that they got those messages and nothing else. Nobody wants to see message traffic that's unrelated to their activity. I had carte blanche to visit any communications station, either onshore or our particular interest was with the carrier battle groups as well as the affiliated naval air stations. So within our region, I had carte blanche to visit any communication station. By the time I left, my clearance was being upgraded to a crypto level, and I would have been the go-to guy. I would have been in charge of running a standalone communication system for our three-star admiral, what's known as a type command, our three-star admiral in charge of all naval aviation activities in the Persian Gulf, the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific. But I chose not to stick around. I resigned. On top of that, I'm a student of military history with an emphasis on intelligence, counterintelligence, and special operations. I'm also a student of the American Civil War. So unlike most people in the military, who I find to be astonishingly ignorant about the history of this country, the history of even their particular military activity, I was sort of well-rounded. I understood the significance of what it was I was reading. I understood the history of what it was I was reading. So that's just a bit about me. And one other thing that you need to know about me is that I am an alien abductee. I had numerous encounters with reptilians, with what are known as the reptilian greys. You always hear about the ubiquitous gray beings. Well, the beings that I had encounters with in full waking consciousness were what are known as reptilian greys, what the late, great Dr. Carla Turner referred to as the chicken claws. They don't have a long finger and a long nail. They just have claws. And when you wake up and then you find yourself surrounded by three of these things with claws and they're looking down at you, believe me, that can be a pretty traumatic experience. So I know wherein I speak. When I speak about alien abductions, and particularly encounters with reptilians, I can develop instant kinship and understanding with others who have experienced the same things. My colleagues and I have always taken the approach of being friends first, researchers later, because people will only open up to you if they know that you have a vested emotional interest in them. Too often, researchers use the information from an abductee or someone who's, had anomalous experiences, and then after their book is written, they discard them. They become just baggage. But we don't do that. What we do is we work long-term with the people we're involved with. My mentor is Barbara Bartholick, in my opinion, the greatest alien abduction researcher on this planet. She has had a number of proteges, some of whom you may have heard of. The late, great Dr. Carla Turner, Candy to her friends. Jim Walden, he co-wrote a book with Barbara Bartholick. She helped substantially in the creation of his book. He writes about his own experience as, for all intents and purposes, a host of a reptilian entity, an interdimensional reptilian entity, which I will explain the mechanics behind that in a moment. Evelyn Lorgan, is a close colleague of mine who has studied at the feet of Barbara Bartholick, in particular the subject of what is known as alien love bite. Now, this may seem somewhat comical to those who don't know any better, and I will elaborate on this more, but we are emitters, we are resonators. And what some of these negative beings strive to do is engender negative emotions and feelings within us of anguish, of pain, of misery, of isolation and hopelessness. What the alien love bite is what it is. It's a setting up of a love bonding drama between two abductees, oftentimes bonded from childhood, where they're abducted and re-abducted, and as they grow older, oftentimes not knowing of the existence of the other, they've already developed strong astral connections and strong subconscious connections. And then decades later, Jack and Jill, let's say, meet at a UFO conference, very common, and then an instant chemistry, an instant bond between them develops, where they feel that they've had sexual relations with one another. They have extreme close body, chemical reactions with one another. They begin to psychically develop communication with each other. And then one of the outcomes of that is that an emotional unplugging occurs where one is left in an unrequited state because they can't consummate the relationship, because they may be married. But the bottom line, the reason for this is to engender extreme emotions of misery, unhappiness, unrequited love. And these beings, they feed off that. They feed off that in the way you or I nurture ourselves on food or protein or what have you. These beings literally strive to create negative situations in our life for a number of reasons, but mostly to feed off of us. Now, there are 4 subjects I will discuss today. In general, I'm here to talk about the reptilian overlordship. The reptilian overlordship, the proof of which is all around us. The global institutionalized sex slavery, the wars and the rumors of wars, the designer plagues. All of these things are part and parcel of the rapidly advancing movement towards global centralized control, the privatization of water, genetically modified foods. All these things are part and parcel of the reptilian overlordship. They are around us. We see this all the time. But people just don't realize that there is a controlling factor behind all of it. The tendency on the part of some conspiracy researchers is to ascribe all these activities on the part of power-mad bankers, power-mad humans. But I promise you that not only the conception, but the execution of this advancing globalized, centralized agenda was thousands of years in the making, and a purely human consciousness cannot conceive of, let alone affect these changes. Because if you have any understanding of metaphysics at all, you will know that everything manifests first in the spiritual realm before they manifest in the physical realms. That's just the way it is. A simple thought followed by an action is just one very basic example. How else is the reptilian overlordship manifested to us? Vulgarity, extreme vulgarity. Movies like Jackass have become hits. All these efforts at promoting vulgarity as the norm in our society. The occultic symbology, my friend Jordan Maxwell out there in the convention hall, he is the foremost expert on occultic symbology, and he's had his information borrowed and stolen constantly. In fact, the Tom Hanks character in the movie Da Vinci Code is a pale imitation of Jordan Maxwell. And you see the symbology when you walk down the aisles of a supermarket. Every time you see a obelisk, you're looking at a representation of a reptilian phallus. In other words, they're just sticking it to you and you don't even realize it. It's there in front of you. Okay? That's the reptilian overlordship in a nutshell, which I'll elaborate on more later. 4 aspects of the reptilian overlordship I will talk about are: 1, the reptilians and their modus operandi; 2, the hybrid hosting process, which is the fundamental building block, the fundamental basis for the reptilian overlordship; 3, MyLabs, which are legitimate alien abductees who have been utilized by deep black elements of the military intelligence community as covert operatives because of innate abilities they have, paraphysical abilities. All abductees are part of a particular bloodlines, and many of these MyLabs have latent paraphysical capabilities precisely because they've been utilized and genetically modified and upgraded, if you will, by various and sundry alien groups, particularly the reptilians. And the 4th thing I will talk about, I will tie up all those 3 subjects at the end. Now, the first thing I will talk about is the reptilians. There are essentially 2 types of reptilians. There's the spacefaring reptilians. They literally fly around in spaceships. And then there are what's been described as the interterrestrials that live within the Earth, that are essentially native to this planet. They've been here as long as or longer than we have. And these beings have developed over time an interdimensional capability. They are masters of frequency and resonance. They can alter their density. The reptilians have attained control of the surface through a mastery of genetics, through control of the human gene pool, modifying the human race in general and particular bloodlines in particular to the point where they develop attributes, behaviors, and capabilities which advance the reptilian agenda on the surface. The reptilians come in a number of different shapes and sizes. Some are rather small, 4.5 to 5 feet tall. More commonly, they're 6 feet tall and taller. Some as high as 7.5 feet tall. They can be a number of colors, like dark green. They can be brownish, what's been described as pea soup green. There's a particular type of reptilian species we refer to as the yellow bellies. There are many reptile-type species on the surface, like crocodiles and alligators, that have a tannish or a whitish underside. There are literally reptilians that have a whitish or a tannish underside. We call them yellow bellies. And these reptilians, over time, have developed the ability to, like I said, they can alter their density. Now, how do they interact with humans? Well, let's start with how reptilians interact with females, human females. Now, most of these human females that have encounters with reptilians are, in all likelihood, reptilian hybrids to a degree themselves. I refer to them as reptilian familiars, familiar in the family sense, the generational sense. These reptilians will follow certain bloodlines, generation after generation. And when a woman is having encounters with reptilians, it's because she's been genetically modified to the point where she is suitable for a reptilian to access for purposes of mating or what have you. Now, how does a reptilian rape a human woman? Let's say a woman is sleeping at night. What the reptilian can do is it can appear, and sometimes she may not be able to see the creature. They can be invisible in the visible spectrum, but you can see the depression of weight that the reptilian is leaving. For example, you can see a depression of weight on a mattress, on a sofa, on the carpet, but you cannot see the reptilian itself. It may choose not to allow you to see it. And what the woman may feel is a sudden pressure on her chest, or if she's laying on her stomach, a sudden pressure on her back. And what will happen is oftentimes the reptilian will sexually assault the human woman. And let's say the woman is lying on her back and the reptilian assaults her but is invisible. She will not be able to see what is going on. Although she will feel the thrusting action of the reptilian's member. Let's say, for example, that she can move her arms or she can move her hands. She may try to block or prevent the organ of the reptilian from entering her. But she will not feel anything, but she'll try. Paradoxically, she will still feel the insertion of the reptilian's member into one or the other orifices. So it's somewhat of a paradox. It's like, well, she can't block it with her hand, but she still feels it, thrusting inside of her. I should have added in my preface that this is kind of adult content, so, but I really do believe that if there are members of the audience that are somewhat young and whose parents or mother is having these experiences, now is as good a time as any to learn. So you have something of a paradox where the reptilian can penetrate layers of bedclothes, bed sheets, linen, bedclothes, and densify particular parts of its anatomy, like its member or its claws, for example, and still remain invisible. Now, what the reptilian can also do is it can assume the guise of someone that the woman is attracted to or has been involved with in the past. A reptilian can appear as an ex-boyfriend or someone the gal has got a crush with, someone that she runs into the laundromat, at the apartment complex. The reptilian can appear as that particular person. Or, conversely, if the reptilian wants to engender as much fear and terror from the abductee, it can allow itself, it can reveal itself in its full reptilian glory, if you will. And if you haven't seen a sketch of a reptilian, if you haven't seen a reptilian in person, snout, big eyes, sometimes yellowish, sometimes reddish, vertical slit pupils, sometimes big flaring nostrils, rows of sharp teeth, extremely robust claws. And what the reptilian can also do, if it really wants to create terror within the abductee, is not only can it allow itself to be seen, but the reptilians, and also, as I will describe later, reptilian-human hybrids, for all intents and purposes, humans that have reptilian capabilities. Reptilians and human reptilian hybrids, some of them, have the ability to somehow trigger within the mind or the brain of the abductee specific memories of previous child abuse, previous sexual abuse. So the reptilian can trigger that part of the mind of the abductee, and she will begin to remember a sexual assault when she was a child or a time when she was raped. And not only that, though, but what a number of researchers into satanic ritual abuse and mind control have discovered is that energy is locked into the bodies of ritual abuse and mind control victims. It's locked into the bodies, and it's blocked, and it's incapable of getting out. What the reptilians can do is cause not only the memories of the childhood sexual assault to flood into the mind of the person and force them to relive that sexual assault in real time, but the attendant body memories also can be made to surface. So it causes the abductee, the woman, to freeze up, become petrified and terrified, and all the while the reptilian feeds off of this. Now, one of the byproducts of a reptilian sexual assault, well, there are a number of them where the woman is concerned. One of them is extremely heightened libido. And the reason for this is because the reptilian has the ability to activate what's known as the kundalini, the chi, the sexual energy of the woman, and cause her to have what's been described to me as extremely powerful full-body orgasms, from the tips of the toes all the way to the head, just leaving them breathless. And this could last literally for hours. Now, there are some consequences to that. And I'm not trying to make light of it. This is just a facet of it that is very real, where the woman can feel intense shame about what has been going on, because nobody wants to admit, even to themselves, that they're having these sexual assaults from a reptilian creature. But at the same time, the force and the power of the orgasms are such that after a while she begins to wonder when the entity will come back. She begins to long for that feeling again. And this creates a cycle of guilt and shame. Another byproduct of these sexual assaults is that the female abductee, for a short period of time after the sexual assault, will be extremely psychic. In fact, I know of a case, female, a close friend of mine, who's had a number of reptilian experiences and a number of military experiences. A reptilian came into her house, sexually assaulted her, and no sooner did the reptilian leave that the military, through some means which we haven't quite figured out, they have the means to pull in the maibs that they're working with from their house straight to their realm through some kind of teleportation device, some kind of portal. We don't really know the mechanics behind it, but they just have a means of taking someone and then just pulling them to some other location, frequently underground installation. So no sooner had this reptilian raped her and departed than the military pulled her into the underground base and immediately set her to work on a remote viewing operation in the Persian Gulf area. So that tells me one of two things. One, the military, knowing that this woman is a reptilian hybrid and has had lifetime experiences with reptilians, monitored her household. They have sensors that are sensitive enough to indicate when a reptilian manifests. And there is an energetic spike when a reptilian manifests, because they don't need spaceships to travel around in. They can open up a portal in your wall, walk right through. Very often, you hear stories of them coming out of closets. That's a very common um, point of entry for reptilians and other beings, where they create a portal entry and they come in through a closet. Children's boogeyman stories are frequently talked about, boogeymen and monsters coming out of closets. As I was going to discuss later, Ted Bundy, the infamous serial killer, complained about scaly creatures coming out of his closet when he was a child. So what does that tell me? It tells me that the military was either monitoring the woman, knew a reptilian had come, had sexually assaulted her, and decided to exploit that circumstance and use her in a remote viewing operation. Or it's possible that the reptilian and the military were working in cahoots, and the reptilian came in first, did its thing, and then the military took her and utilized her in this operation. We know these things have happened because more than one person has described this kind of experience. Some of the other things that reptilians do to women is they can literally take over the body of a woman while the woman is having sex with a partner. And then what the woman describes is something similar to astral body, out-of-body experiences, where her consciousness will leave her physical body, and this reptilian will then come in and then engage in intercourse with her partner. And oftentimes, the entity taking over the woman's body can get into all kinds of real sordid kink. It could get into all kinds of perverted activities, and the woman is just out of her body just watching this, saying, that's not me, I wouldn't do any of those things. So that's also been reported, that they can take over the consciousness, the body of a person while they're having intercourse. Later on, I will explain some of the mechanics and dynamics as far as the hybrid hosting process. For now, just keep in mind that there are some psychics have the ability, when they look at a person, whether they're on TV, out in public, they can literally see a reptilian entity overshadowing the person. We call that person a host because they're wittingly or unwittingly hosting a reptilian entity. So keep that point in mind. It's very important. One of the things that the reptilians also do to women is they, like I said before, they strive to create as much pain and anguish within the people. This could be for male abductees as well. A very common tactic the reptilians do is they contrive to create a lower back injury. And what this does is it causes that abductee to not only feel physical anguish and physical pain, but emit that energy, emit emotions and energies of suffering, of pain, anguish, and hopelessness. What the reptilians do is they develop strongholds within us. One inevitable byproduct of a lot of these experiences is the abductee will resort to self-medication. I can speak from experience because when I was in high school, I had a lot of abduction experiences. And I know if I had a choice of laying there in bed, and when I was a kid it was extreme, I'd be laying beneath a veritable mountain of pillows and blankets and stuff with the lights turned on. Okay, I was scared. I didn't know why I was scared. But as I got older in high school, I still didn't realize what was going on, although I was having a lot of experiences. But I knew that if I had a choice of laying in bed, frightened at some nameless fear, or getting drunk and laying there in the room spinning around, I always usually opted for the latter. I'd rather get buzzed out and not worry about it. So addictions, people shouldn't be judged on the fact that they resort to self-medication. It's only because they don't know what's happening or it's a stress reliever. The reptilians strive to create compulsive behaviors within us. They strive to create self-destructive behaviors with us, whether it's addictions, compulsive behaviors, other self-destructive activities, sexual addiction, whatever the case may be, because all of these things can be utilized by the reptilian to control the person. Isolation and feelings of isolation is a very effective control mechanism that the reptilians and aliens in general utilize on people. For example, if a woman is having these experiences, but her husband or her significant other is extremely negative about the subject, that tends to make the woman feel even more isolated, even more helpless, even more alone. The ETs and the reptilians will literally manipulate and program her spouse or significant other to even become agitated or angry when the subject comes up. So the end result of that is it pulls out one possible source of emotional support for the woman undergoing these experiences. And you can see the opposite happening with males going through experiences and the people around them being extremely negative. I was once punched out by my ex-brother-in-law, who I believe, I call him a closet case abductee, just based on the experiences he's had and he's described to me. I know he's had abductions, but one time, I guess I punched one of his wrong buttons, bringing the subject up, because he just hauled off and slugged me. We got into a good fight, but that's just an example, of a control mechanism. And one thing that you should also realize too is, as abductees, and I know I'm talking to some of you in the audience, certain types of programming is instilled within many abductees to make them become agitated when they hear this information, to make them fall asleep or become sleepy or drowsy. Many times I've been giving lectures and I look over and someone just conked out because the information is such that it triggers a built-in response for the person to fall asleep, so they don't hear the information. Other trigger mechanisms are becoming agitated, suddenly the overwhelming compulsion to get up and smoke a cigarette, the overwhelming compulsion to get up and simply leave. All of these things help to keep that abductee isolated and ignorant of information that may help them. One of the more controversial aspects of the reptilian abduction agenda is what is known as the crank program. The ETs and the reptilians create certain programs. There's what's been described as the Palladian New Age La-di-da program, where you come across blonde-haired women who believe that they're Palladian hybrid walk-ins, but they're really just having horrendous reptilian experiences. But they don't realize it because the programming and manipulation is such that they only are allowed to remember pleasant experiences, feel-good experiences. Then there are other programs, such as the crank program. The foremost pioneer in this facet of the reptilian research is my mentor, Barbara Bartholik. Now, most of you are familiar with the problem of crystal meth, also and a derivative known as crank. But many of you may not realize that it is part and parcel of the reptilian abduction agenda. A colleague of mine, I haven't spoken to in a long time, is the guy named George Andrews. And he put together, compiled a book called Drugs and Magic, which is a synopsis of shamanic practices around the world, different cultures, where drugs are utilized in order to expand one's consciousness and to be able to interact and commune with non-human beings, very often interdimensional beings, but sometimes more corporeal beings. Drugs and Magic, if you can find that book, please get it. What the reptilians have done is, through their control of the human reptilian hybrids here on the surface, they have created this crank crystal meth pandemic. The reptilians resonate at a sympathetic frequency with crystal meth and crank. If you've studied the police blotters and the crime histories of people who are on crystal meth and crank, you will find certain commonalities. One, they are prone to mayhem and berserk, sadistic, violent behavior. If you really peer closely, you'll find that many crank users are into perverse, outrageous sexual practices, including pedophilism and what have you. Because what the crank in crystal meth does is it affects the brain chemistry of the person using the drug. Now, I should mention that many people that are reptilian hybrids or hosts have a genetic predisposition to hosting or because of the long-term genetic manipulation. But someone who is a crank user or a crystal meth user needn't have that genetic predisposition. Crank use is a fast track to getting possessed, not only by reptilians, but like demonic entities in general. What the spouses and the significant others, the girlfriends of crank users have described is that when their husband or their boyfriend goes into a crank-induced rage, literally sometimes they're like a reptilian lizard-like image just suddenly comes over their face, like overshadows their face. Sometimes their pupils go vertical. Sometimes it manifests in other ways, such as fascination with more perverse, kinky sex, for example. My mentor, Barbara Barthwick, had spoken to a headhunter in the semiconductor industry in Silicon Valley. This guy was a computer scientist, and his job was to recruit software engineers, software designers in Silicon Valley. As such, he was privy to all kinds of interesting information, including plans to microchip the entire population, but that's the story. What this guy experienced from prolonged crank use was that, and he was an extremely sharp individual. I listened to the audio tape of Barbara's interview with him. What he described is it got to the point where his paranoia was such that the ETs and the reptilians no longer bothered to conceal themselves. They would like flit in and out of reality constantly at all times. It could be at home, it could be driving his car, it could be at the workplace. They would just pop up because, like I said, the reptilians have a sympathetic frequency to the drug crank and crystal methamphetamine. Long-term users begin to resonate at that frequency, and it allows the entities to what I call interface with that person. And as time goes on, this guy, I think his name was Chris, he began having more and more perverse thoughts. It got to the point where the moment he got home from work in the Silicon Valley job, he would get right online onto the computer and start going to the child pornography sites. He couldn't help it. And he realized that he had a problem. And the reason he got a hold of Barbara was my mentor was giving a radio interview, and he happened to be one of the listeners. And he contacted Barbara through the radio program. And another interesting thing that Chris said was he eventually attended a crystal meth support group, like a 12-step group for crystal meth and crank users. And privately, amongst themselves, probably not to the counselors because they always lie to them, but amongst themselves, just about every single other crystal meth and crank user described a similar outcome, where they were compelled to go to the child pornography sites, compelled to get involved in that kind of entertainment, if you will. So what it shows is crank allows these negative intelligences to take over a human body, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. And it provides them a medium through which to affect changes here on the surface. There was a case in San Diego, I lived there for many years, where in what we call East County, there was a prankster couple, Hispanic couple. They were babysitting the niece, the woman's niece. And the child was suffering from prolonged abuse from this couple. Finally, it got to the point where they filled up a bathtub with scalding hot water, and then they dropped the baby into it. It was a toddler. And then the skin literally melted off the child. It was horrible. I saw on TV, they brought the couple in to court for an arraignment. And you could see, looking in their eyes, it's like, lights are on, but nobody's home. It's because they had become possessed and taken over. There are countless examples of this. I have a female abductee, my lab friend, who works in a state hospital essentially an asylum for violent criminals in California. And what the counselors are told over and over again by long-term crank and crystal meth users is they hear voices in their heads. These voices tell them to do things. These voices tell them to harm themselves and harm others. It's such a common thing that it's taken for granted. And let me tell you a story about a personal friend of mine. This guy was a reptilian hybrid through and through. He was really into the gonzo films where women would be, slapped and abused and carried around in briefcases. That's sort of emblematic of the reptilian mindset. You see, one thing you have to understand about the reptilians is they have this concept of human ownership. The reptilians have a concept of human ownership which manifests across the board, from the literal standpoint of hosting and taking over somebody to organizing global institutionalized sex slavery. All across the board, the reptilians have this concept of human ownership. And this is manifested in a lot of these so-called porn films where women are abused and women are carried around in briefcases like they're cattle or toys. That's another facet of the reptilian overlordship is the diminution and the marginalization of the feminine principle. Women and children are prey to the reptilians and the reptilian hybrids who, through genetic manipulation, have risen to positions of power here on the surface. And I was warning Joe about all this. I shouldn't say his name, sorry. Let's call him Phil. I said, I was warning Phil about this. Okay, listen, man, you've got all the hallmarks. You've had all these experiences and abductions, and you're borderline. You got to watch it. You know what I mean? You got to avoid watching these kinds of videos because it's going to really do a number on your mind. Well, Phil was also a crankster, and he went off on a week-long binge of crank, and the end result of which, when he came down, when it got to the point where he was physically incapable of ingesting any more crank, he kind of was in the process of coming down in a completely paranoid, delusional state of mind, during which he told me that he left his body, he shot up into the sky, he came down in a place that he believed to be somewhere in Los Angeles. He came down into the body of a man in an alleyway, and the moment he got into the body of that man, he lunged after and he strangled to death the first woman that happened to be around. So after prolonged crank use, he exits his body, comes down into a man, and he just immediately goes and assaults a woman and presumably kills her. And the way he was describing the experience, it was like he was reliving the experience. Some of these guys that are reptilian hybrids that have this aspect of dominance over females and sadomasochism and dominance and submission. When you hear them talk about women, red flags pop up. Like when I see a great-looking gal, wow, she's a great-looking gal, right? Look at her eyes. Now, someone who's like a reptilian hybrid, full-on reptilian hybrid, their reaction is entirely different. Hey, yeah, you see that chick? She was a great-looking gal, wasn't he? Oh, yeah, I saw her. God, what I would do to her. You see the difference? You see the mindset where another guy could look at a gal and have this, aesthetic beauty. Look at her, God's creation. Someone else who's a hybrid with this reptilian concept of human ownership, what I do with her. It's a different mindset, but you have to be aware that you gals especially, these reptilians and the humans they work through, they can be very charismatic, they can be very charming, but I really believe that a lot of times the reason some of you gals are seemingly addicted to negative, abusive guys is because of the reptilian hybrid male's ability to manipulate your kundalini. A reptilian human hybrid has the ability to astral travel at will. They can astrally rape people. Like some of you gals meet some guy here, And then like a week or a few days later, he starts coming into your dreams and having intercourse with you. That's very common. I call them astral rapetoids. And the ones who do this repetitively, I call serial rapetoids. It is an innate capability that reptilian human hybrids have. Not all of them, some of them. Because some of them are literally coached and taught how to do this by their reptilian familiars. They can see into these other dimensions, and I mean, you would see nobody around them, but they can see reptilians around them. And they will teach these hybrids to do these things. So a lot of times you gals, if you get like involved with a really negative, abusive guy, chances are he's probably one of these reptilian human hybrids. A reptilian human hybrid has the ability to stimulate a woman from across the table or across the room. He has the ability, and the woman will just think, wow, chemistry, things are really flowing between us. It's like that's an ability, a latent ability that person has. So just be aware of it. They're everywhere. I'm here to tell you. Some of the byproducts that female abductees have. How much time have I got left? Half an hour? Okay. I'll really give you the hardcore stuff now. I'm just getting warmed up. Some of the byproducts that women experience that have these reptilian experiences are, like I said, a heightened libido for a short, certain period of time. But also, their olfactory senses can be manipulated by the reptilian. Many of these reptilians are very possessive of their human female abductees. They don't want anyone, not even a human boyfriend, a human male, having anything to do with this woman. Again, it's that reptilian concept of human ownership. I've known of boyfriends who've been attacked by reptilians. Guys in the shower, taking a shower, and next thing you know, a reptilian pops up, claws him, right? It's because the boyfriend is involved with what the reptilian believes is its mate. So one of the ways the reptilian gets around that is it manipulates the olfactory senses of the female abductee to the point where she's repulsed by male human pheromones. She just can't stand the smell of them, doesn't want to be around any humans at all, human males rather. Now, conversely, what can happen to human females that have reptilian experiences, the reptilians, it could be a part of the agenda where they want the woman to have other partners. In fact, sometimes have frequent partners. It's not unusual for women that are having these experiences through no fault of their own, and there's no shame attached, but sometimes they become very promiscuous. And not surprising considering what's been going on. So what the reptilians can do, because like I said, they feed off the energy of people having sexual intercourse. They can manipulate the scent of the human female to the point where she becomes irresistible to all human males. She can go to the store, the supermarket checkout, and the cashier, the bagger boy, they're all just sniffing her, and they're just all become enamored with her instantly. This can last for days and weeks, where everywhere she goes, this bespeaks an extraordinary understanding and control of the humans by the reptilians and other aliens. It means that they have a thorough understanding of our physiology, of our neurology. Barbara Bartholick and I always laugh at all these efforts, at all these UFO groups. We're going to gain contact with the ETs. We're going to form a UFO group, and we're going to, form a contact group. Well, obviously, from what I've been telling you, that the ETs and the reptilians have already come in contact with us. So it's academic to try to form a group to make contact with the ETs. They've been contacted because they've been manipulated. It's always been like that. Now, I've told you a bit about how reptilians operate as far as a vis-a-vis human woman. Let me talk to you a bit about how reptilians will create a serial murderer. Again, the reptilians have attained control of the surface through the manipulation and control of the human gene pool, imbuing certain characteristics and behaviors within human hybrids that will advance their agenda, both on a family scale and a societal global scale. What the reptilians do with the male reptilian hybrid is gradually, over a period of time, they can turn that person into a pedophile or a serial murderer, or they can even change the sexual orientation of a given abductee. Now, please don't hear what I didn't say. I didn't say that the reptilians, a gay person, is gay because the reptilians made him gay. No. In some cases, though, as I will point out in a moment, the reptilians can manipulate someone sexually, physically, and so forth, and cause them to not only change their orientation, but in extreme cases also to have a sex change operation. And Barbara Bartholomew has worked with a number of guys over a period of time, eventually change sexes. Now, how is this done? Now, the reptilians hold a tactical high ground. And the reason for that is we have to sleep, whereas reptilians operate for all intents and purposes, a timeless realm. Many of them are interdimensional in nature. What a reptilian will do to a male in our example is, the reptilian will enter into the body of a male and quickly take over his astral dreamscape. The reptilian will eroticize the dreamscape, pervert the dreamscape. Let me give you an example. The guy finds himself in a dream. He's walking around in an empty household. No furniture. He's walking around wondering what he's doing there, what's going on. He walks into a room and suddenly he sees a gal sitting on a recliner, an easy chair. And then she suddenly poses in such a way that is sexually provocative. He immediately gets the impression that she wants to have intercourse with him. So, like most randy males, he positions himself in such a way as to engage in intercourse with her. The moment in the dream, remember, the reptilian is inside of his body. His ethereal body of reptilian has penetrated a sleeping human, taken over the astral dreamscape. And now the guy is at the point where he's about to engage in intercourse with the woman. And the moment he initiates intercourse, the reptilian sodomizes him from behind. And very often, at the same time that he initiates intercourse with the dream woman, not only does he get sodomized from behind, but the object of his desires morphs, shapeshifts into something entirely repulsive. It turns into his sister, his daughter, into a hermaphroditic type being, characteristics of both sexes. He wakes up, oh my God, right? He's feeling this icky tingly sensation all over his body, from his toes all the way to the top of his head. What's happening is, that's the entity. He's feeling the entity. And then he may see like a dark shadow, a dark cloud above him. And then the entity will gradually start to leave his body. And that will manifest in the form of this icky, tingly feeling in his arms, his neck, what have you. He thinks nothing of it. It's just some weird dream. He shuts off the experience in that back shelf label, don't worry about it, too weird. Let's say the next night or 2 nights later, he has a similar dream. He's about to engage in intercourse with another dream lover. And the moment he begins to initiate intercourse, once again, he's sodomized from behind. And once again, the entity the person he's about to have sex with, shapeshift into something that he's totally repulsed by. Now, you can imagine if this process continues for days and weeks, sometimes months, is it any surprise that the guy develops a sexual dysfunction? Is it any surprise that the guy develops erectile dysfunction? Because in his mind, he's made a cognitive association between heterosexual sex on the one hand and extreme rectal pain on the other, and like all these fears of horror and shame in between. Now, there are variations of this. Sometimes he will find himself with a gal who's the object of his dreams, and he may not be sodomized, but what will happen is, see, there's a parallel physical, sexual, paraphysical manipulation that's going on within the human. The reptilian is manipulating him at all these different levels, psychologically, sexually, physically. For example, he may have a dreamscape experience where he's just surrounded with extraordinarily beautiful women who all want to have sex with him. And he'll look down and he's suitably feeling randy, and he may be hugging or caressing a woman. Next thing you know, that woman shapeshifts into a little child, and then the voice in his head, which is the reptilian, is telling him, "Go ahead." Now he's already excited. He's already fully aroused from what happened moments before. But now, instead of a beautiful woman in his arms, it's a small child. It could be his own daughter. And the message in his mind is, go ahead. Nobody's going to know. Go ahead and do it. You want to do it, don't you? Okay, now, let's expand upon that further. As I said earlier, Ted Bundy was one of many people. Did this thing turn off or what? That's a 95, by the way, see? Oh, well. The point I'm making is there are physical characteristics which are common amongst reptilian hybrids and serial murderers and pedophiles in particular. You always hear, these about modern technology. You always hear these FBI profilers and these psychologists saying that, oh, serial murderer, there's no way you can tell who they are. They look like everybody else. Complete nonsense. Okay, there are notable physical characteristics. Andre Chikatilo, I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Now, take a look at the features, okay? Hooded eyelids, very often a pronounced brow above the eyebrows. High-set cheekbones, very often eyes sunk deep in the eye sockets. Okay. Now, who was Andre Chikatilo? Well, he killed upwards of 300 children in Moscow, devoured many of them. Okay. Now, I'm running out of time here, but there's something you have to understand. The reptilian overlordship and the reptilian control of the human gene pool makes such horrors as the institutionalized global sex slavery, satanic rituals, what goes on at the Bohemian Grove, so on and so forth. It makes it understandable. Because during these satanic rituals, for example, these human reptilian hybrids, they're having intercourse. They're having sex orgies with decapitated bodies and disemboweled bodies laying around. Now, to you or I, that's extraordinarily repulsive and horrifying. But to them, it's exactly the opposite. Reptilian human hybrids and serial killers in particular, they get off on inflicting sadistic pain onto others. It's part of the reptilian concept of human ownership. They get off on inflicting pain. They get off on torturing and killing. Ted Bundy, I'll show a picture of him if I can get this mouse working. Ted Bundy, he would be strangling, that's John Wayne Gacy. Well, since I got him up, let me tell you a story. You're probably familiar with his story. Look at, once again, hooded eyelids. In some pictures, you'll see a more pronounced brow ridge over his eyebrows. High-set cheekbones. He used to kill and murder little boys and bury them underneath his living room in his house in Chicago. Well, there was a kid who had a very unusual, bizarre pastime. His name was Jason Moss, and he wrote a book called The Last Victim. And Jason Moss used to become pen pals with serial killers like John Wayne Gacy and Richard Ramirez and Jeffrey Dahmer. Now, Jason Moss actually got to visit John Wayne Gacy in his prison cell. Now, keep in mind that was probably the first time John Wayne Gacy had been alone with a young boy, a teenager, since he was doing all the murders. Up to that point in prison, Gacy was the only male contact he had was with his lawyer, prison guards, what have you. Well, anyway, Jason Moss, this stupid kid, goes and sees him in the prison cell. The moment he was alone with John Wayne Gacy. Gacy switched, and he started approaching Jason Moss and said, "I'm going to bend you over, F you in your ass, and your blood's going to just leak all over the place," right? And he began reaching down, fondling himself. John Wayne Gacy was fondling himself. Guess what? Nothing, because he's dysfunctional. He's impotent. So some of the things that I mentioned earlier, some of the dynamics involved, were perfectly exemplified in his case, where the first time he'd ever been around a young boy since all his murders, he switches. And you have to understand also that these reptilian-human hybrids, they equate sexual gratification with inflicting pain and torture on others. It's all intermeshed with them, okay? And the psychologists bend over backwards to say, oh, it's just a psychological aberration, it's just a psychological disorder. No, there's a genetic basis for it. And some FBI profilers are starting to catch on to that. Okay, Richard Ramirez, high-set cheekbones, eye set deep in the eye sockets. He was hailing and farewelling Satan before he went off to Disneyland, if you remembered what happened in court. Jason Moss was a pen pal of his. Now, I mentioned earlier these astral rapetoids, serial rapetoids. What they can do is they can get to know you just on the internet. They can exchange an email or two with you, but by so doing, they forge the psychic link with you, and they can immediately start coming into your dreamscape, rape you, sodomize you, just terrify you in various and sundry ways. Well, Jason Moss was writing him letters, thereby forging that psychic bond. Pretty soon, he started coming into Jason Moss's dreamscape, bending him over, trying to strangle him. I think he probably tried to do more than that. But it just shows you that what I've described has been independently described by others. Okay? He has that ability to astrally leave his body and try to assault somebody who he's only been in pen pal contact with. This is like, I don't know if they have emails anyway, but it was just through letter writing that Jason Moss had maintained communications with this guy. Personally, I'd say get a life. It's this crazy, crazy hobby. Ted Bundy. Okay, here's a good picture. Pronounced brow over his eyebrows, high-set cheekbones. He used to, like many serial murderers, either into ligature, strangling, or they're in the blunt force trauma to the skull. He was both of these. He liked to try to have intercourse with his victims and strangle them and watch the life go out of their eyes. That turned him on. The moment of them dying while he was trying to have intercourse with them. He would actually come back to the dump sites where the bodies were months or years later and sexually gratify himself over the decomposed skull or the skulls of his victims. Okay? Again, it's inhuman. It's appalling. That's precisely my point. It's inhuman. Describe his behavior merely as some kind of psychological aberration or disorder is way off the mark. Well, I'm running out of time here. How much time do I got? 7 minutes. Well, I'm supposed to leave you with a feel-good thing at the end so you don't leave here with indigestion. So, I never got around to talking about my lab. Shoot. Well, if you want to talk to me out there sometime before I leave, feel free to talk to me because I have a lot of information about military abductees. In short, they are used as multitask platforms by the deep black elements of the military. Because many of them are hybrids themselves, reptilian hybrids, but also, the Greys and the Mantis beings and other ET races have been tampering with the genetics of all these people. They've developed these innate abilities. Sometimes they don't even know they have these abilities. And one quick thing about hosting is a person isn't necessarily hosted by a reptilian. The Mantis beings, the Greys, can also host people. Sometimes a troll-like looking demon entity can host people. So it varies. And not only that, though, but some people, we call them a collective. They can be hosted by multiple entities. which is very confusing to a psychic, because one moment they look over and the gal's sitting there and there's a reptile overshadowing her. 10 minutes later, the psychic looks over and now it's a mantis being. Okay? So, again, these people have a genetic predisposition which allows them to be a host for these various entities. Okay. Now, how does this all tie together with a reptilian overlordship in the New World Order? Well, some of you are probably familiar with David Icke's work. Long before David Icke arrived on the scene, shapeshifting had been described by abductees. Very often, reptilians in particular would assume the guise of other aliens, very often blonde Nordic-type aliens. Sometimes they would appear as tall grays wearing robes. Other times, reptilians would appear as military personnel. So the concept of shapeshifting has been well established in the abduction literature long before David Icke popped up. Now, how does this all tie in? Well, once again, through the control of the human gene pool, the reptilians on a family scale and on a macro scale have ensured that their reptilian human hybrids, some of them with quite advanced psychic abilities, have attained positions of power, not necessarily up front publicly, but in positions of power through all strata of society. And we see the bitter fruits of this all around us. We are one more false flag tango operation, as they say, from watching this whole country go to hell in a handbasket. We are very close. So this is a reptilian agenda. It's not just power-mad, power-hungry human beings. And here's my thought I'd like to leave you. Barbara Bartholick was trained by a master hypnotherapist named Dr. Curtis Reeves. Dr. Curtis Reeves had trained psychologists, psychiatrists, and doctors around the world in hypnotherapy, and Barbara learned from him. Long before Chet Snow, Dr. Curtis Reeves did what he called future progressions. You've all heard of past life regressions, but he actually would hypnotize somebody and then progress them into a future incarnation. Now, those of you that are fundamentally inclined, you can just tune this out. But for those of you that are open to this, in case after case that Dr. Reeves worked with in these future progressions, what the individual described as a future society was a place where there was no more laughter. People were trained and educated and intelligent enough just to operate computers. The air was so polluted they all lived in dome cities. There was no more spontaneity, no more individuality, not even any more laughter. And in case after case after case of these future progressions, this outcome always came up. Now, what I'd like to suggest to you is that needn't be our fate. What's been described as planetary confinement is part of the control mechanism. These deep black aerospace agencies have hoarded this alien technology for decades. I mean, we're still pumping gas into primitive combustion-driven engines. How pathetic is that? Now, what I see is a small percentage of the surface population, a small percentage, mostly my lab people, because they have the capabilities to pull this off. I believe in 1 or 2 generations, some of our descendants will not only regain our total personal sovereignty and freedom, but we will eventually get off this rock. Our destiny is in the cosmos. But there has to be a parallel spiritual development. We cannot just obtain the technology and go off into the cosmos, because without that spiritual foundation, then we'll become the abductors. Then we'll go around genetically manipulating with native populations in different worlds. I believe it's in our destiny not only to go out into the cosmos, and why should this sound any more crazy than everything else that's happened up till now? Think about it, okay? Not only is it our destiny to leave this rock, but to go out into the cosmos and to help other civilizations that are subject to the sort of predation that I've been describing today. I believe it's our destiny to go around as the white knights of the universe to prevent what's going on here from happening elsewhere. So I'd just like to leave you with a thought. Thank you for listening patiently. I really appreciate it.
I've heard people suggest that there's the bad reptiles and there's also the good ones. Have you heard of that, or do you think that's disinfo?
Yes, yes. I only focus on the really negative ETs because they're the ones causing all the problems. Likewise for the reptilians. However, from some of the MyLabs that I know, there are what we refer to as messengers, where reptilian beings will appear to certain abductees, frequently MyLabs, and impart some message. Very often, unfortunately, it's a cryptic, obscure message that, we have to scratch our heads and try to figure out. But very often this happens to certain MyLabs. And sometimes it seems that the reptilians that appear like this, they actually, I don't know if it's for effect or they're just pretending, but sometimes they really act in a way that they are sorry that the person has to go through all these things. So I've heard that there are some reptilians that, if not outright hostile, are at least benign.
Since during your talk you really had to gloss and almost skip over the MyLab area, could you expand a little bit on that and give us a little background on exactly what a MyLab is and so forth?
A MyLab stands for military abductee. It's a term coined by Dr. Helmut Lammer of Austria. Now, unfortunately, Dr. Lammer believes that whenever a MyLab describes seeing aliens, it's the result of some drug-induced mind control. Okay? But what characterizes a MyLab is that a MyLab is a legitimate alien abductee first, who then becomes embroiled in this deep black military program where their physical and innate paraphysical abilities are utilized. And they are utilized as covert operatives. It depends on the aptitude of the individual. Some person could be used as like a chemist or as a scientist in an underground lab. Very often the military controllers will either verbally tell a person straight up or mind control them into taking courses which allow them to become like first responders, like EMTs, paramedics, firefighters. I don't want to blow the cover all the people out there that are firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics that are actually MyLabs. But you see, there's a pragmatism involved. The deep black military controllers are loath to lose these people they mind controlled and utilized for so long. Many MyLabs have been trained and given virtual reality training scenarios where they're supposed to try to escape from an apocalyptic scenario on the surface, either all-out nuclear war, germ warfare, some natural calamity, missile attack, whatever the case may be. Many MyLabs have been trained in escape and evasion. They've been trained in weapons, what have you. So, in fact, I know one MyLab woman, her two daughters are also in this program, and the military has told her she has to, when the time comes, make her youngest daughter dress up and appear as a boy. That way it'll keep the kid from getting kidnapped, because it appears that the military controllers foresee a time in this country where what's going on in southeastern Europe, Ukraine, elsewhere, where thousands, hundreds of thousands of women and children are being rounded up and sold off as sex slaves, they foresee a time when that's going to happen here. And so they're loath to see these people that they've been training. They're not doing it for altruistic reasons. They don't want their assets messed with. Now, it seems to me that since these sex slavery rings are also after little boys, I don't know how good or effective disguising her little girl into a little boy will be, okay? But they're also used as multitask platforms. For example, satellites have inherent limitations. An overhead imagery satellite is launched out of Vandenberg Air Force Base. It goes into a polar orbit, and they wait, for that part of the Earth to spin beneath it. It's not like in the movies where they can just send these overhead imagery satellites everywhere. They have to just wait till the part of the Earth rotates beneath them before they can start the imagery. Well, MyLabs that I refer to as astral operators, they don't have such limitations. They can be sent anywhere, astrally, underground, above ground. For example, one of the female MyLabs that I know, she was frequently sent into the tunnels around in Afghanistan. Now, they knew precisely where to send them because it was the Saudi bin Laden group on behalf of the CIA that was building all these tunnels in Afghanistan during the Soviet occupation. So they would send these astral operators into these tunnels, and then they identify the military controller handling the astral operator through some kind of means, some kind of link. They boost their thoughts directly into the MyLab. And the MyLab will report back, yeah, I see several people here. And next thing you know, earth-penetrating ordnance comes in and just kills all the people that were in these tunnels. Now, what they probably do to doctor the source of the intel is that, through channels, they make it seem as if the intel came from somewhere else, not from MyLabs. And so a strike aircraft is sent out, they deploy some earth-penetrating ordnance, and they kill those people. And they're there watching this explosion, and they're not harmed at all. In fact, the MyLab controller has to tell them, you won't get hurt. Just tell us what you're seeing, report back, and whammo, ordnance comes in, wipes them out. Now, there's another type of astral operator. In surface military ops, you have what are known as command and control ships. It's not unusual for command and control in a helicopter or airborne platform to be relaying instructions to ground personnel and serve as a comm link between headquarters and wherever and the troops on the ground. Well, astral operators are utilized in the same way. There could be one astral operator that the military controller is talking and working through, and that astral operator is psychically linked with a number of other astral operators, searching all these tunnels all at once. So they've developed that capability. And the people that are telling me these stories are, you would see them in a supermarket and you would think nothing of them. You would just think housewife, right? But and these are people that Candy Turner called UFO virgins. They don't go to conferences. They don't listen to George Norrie. They don't read UFO books, okay? So there's none of this contamination you always hear about. The military is also, and I'm only talking about a particular military program. There are a number of military MyLab programs running in parallel. And although some of the training techniques and operations are similar, okay, because all branches of the service, Army, Navy, Air Force, they control MyLabs. One of the things that they've managed to do is, within the psychic field of the astral operator, they've created this grid system where the astral operator is floating above, say, some village in Afghanistan or Iraq, where some other innocent people are about to be wiped out. By a coded designation grid system, the MyLab can adjust fire, say like artillery fire or ordnance is coming in. The astral operator can report back to her controller, no, it needs to go to G3 or whatever that square in the grid is. So in the field of vision of the astral operator, the military can literally create like a grid screen, which they use to coordinate and direct fire, which is really no different than the forward observer would for strike aircraft or for artillery. It's just a psychic way of doing it. Some of them are. And what's interesting is some MyLabs are given, I don't want to say a wide degree of latitude, but some of them are allowed to walk around these underground installations basically unmolested. It's very common for a MyLab to wake up and find himself in a clinical type setting, lab coat personnel with a clipboard, nurses, medical personnel looking over them. Sometimes they get up and walk around the facility and they see military person. Very often they see other MyLabs walking around in smocks, hospital gowns. Sometimes MyLabs will describe being in tunnel systems, underground installations, and tram systems underground where the place is just teeming with other MyLabs, where they're all just like herded along, all dummied out, mind controlled. Some with more awareness than others. Some retain an astonishing degree of awareness, MyLabs do, compared to others. Okay, and then they'll be herded on the trams and sent off to this place or that place. Also, I believe what happens is it's not only a physical thing. I believe astrally, many of these MyLabs are taken in these mass MyLab settings, but they're really in astral form. I think that it's done to familiarize them with the installations. You see, our astral bodies are just as real as our physical bodies. I had an experience where there was this ET entity. It was so comical, the image this entity presented. It was a short, grayish-looking entity with a rumpled face, and I kid you not, it had like a nurse's hat on, and it had a crooked wig. Corny as it sounds, it's true. And I was laying on this table, and it was just like I was in a doctor's office. I was fussing. I didn't want this entity to mess with me, right? So it grabbed me in a place which I don't mention in order to subdue me. And then the moment I calmed down from that, it boff, injection right in my upper left bicep. And I remember getting off the table, walking outside of the clinic, and then I remember feeling the puncture wound on my left bicep with my index finger. It was real. Then the phone starts ringing in my bedroom, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm over in this other place feeling this puncture wound on my index finger, and yet the phone is ringing. So I'm either in two places at once or something weird is happening. So I woke up, answered the phone. It was an abductee friend of mine. Now, the long and the short of it was there was no longer any puncture wound on my left bicep, but the pain still lingered as if I really was injected. So that tells me that these entities, and also what abductees will describe is their astral bodies taken out, medically experimented on. It's all density, frequency, and vibration. Remember, Tesla said with resonance, everything is possible. These entities, various entities, apparently understand this to a degree that boggles our mind. But anyway, these people will be taken astrally out of their bodies, medically experimented on, and in the same places the astral bodies were experimented on, they wake up with bruises on physical bodies. So, I don't even try to explain that. I just know that it happens. So the point I'm making is the deep black elements of the military know that humans have this ethereal astral capability, and they utilize them as these astral operators, for lack of a better term.
I have another question related exactly to that. I understand there's government research along these lines in being able to extract a person's soul from their body, kind of like to create a zombie or whatnot, but that they've created some kind of electromagnetic containment or something, and they're able to contain a soul in a container.
Yeah, some kind of Faraday cage to retain the consciousness or the soul matrix.
And so do you think there's any relation to those kinds of things in relation to my labs? Of course, the whole mind control thing is one thing, but just in terms of the so-called secret government's soul research and what they're planning on doing with that?
That's what's troubling. I know that the deep black elements of the military have always strived to duplicate the capabilities of the aliens. Now, we know from discussions with many abductees that certain ET groups, the Greys and the Reptilians, have the ability, if you read the Ted Rice story, Ted Rice was another protege of Barbara Bartholik's. He describes being abducted, being given, he was a child at the time, given a potion to drink and then basically killed him. And when he was in the process of dying, the entity somehow transferred his consciousness into a black box. They hooked up these wires from the black box to his body, made him drink this thing, basically killed him, and then they somehow pulled his consciousness into this black box. They then brought in a clone body of himself, and then they transferred that consciousness, his consciousness, into the clone body. And then, as a byproduct of that, all of the one-time childhood diseases you're only supposed to get once, chicken pox, what have you, he came down with them again. Okay. So
What year was that? About?
This is when Ted Rice was a kid. He's in his 50s now, so probably like in the 50s or the 60s or something. But in fact, his family was there when he was returned. He was returned by what appeared to be a tornado with all these lights coming out of it, and suddenly there he was when they'd been looking for him for hours. Okay, but the military has always strived to duplicate the technology and the capabilities of the aliens. So I'm sure in their own demented way, the deep black military is trying to do exactly what you're describing. Because you have to remember, these people aren't restrained by things like morals or scruples or what's right or what's wrong. I have to laugh when I hear people say, well, we have laws against human cloning, it'll never be done. Is that going to stop deep black elements of the military intelligence community who've already done radiation experiments and all horrendous things to people?
Yes, we have this awareness that we have these operatives around us, and so we can identify them. Is resistance futile?
No, that's kind of like the thing I finished up my talk with. I think that my labs are probably the best suited to survive the coming cataclysms because they've been trained to. I mean, some of the female my labs I know, you don't want to cross them. I mean, they're just pretty hardcore. But what's happening is a lot of these my labs are also, you have to understand that they go through guilt trips. I mean, if they have a clear memory of helping to call in artillery fire to wipe out people in a village, I mean, there's some labs that are proud of that. There's some labs the fact that, yeah, I get to kill people, I'm an assassin. But there's many others who don't like how they're being used. They just don't have a choice in the matter. I don't know if I answered your question, but. Oh, no, that's about it. Yeah, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it.
I was in a single lecture the whole time.
Yeah, I'd like to get a hold of some of the other ones too. I haven't
We'll
seen
probably
any of
get
them.
around to sending out a set to all you guys.
Oh, I can give you my. Again, all the stuff, all the bots, all the hydras, and all the tendrils that are spreading out inside of people, inside of their noggins, et cetera, being literally hardwired, DNA hardwired into some bizarro AI mainframe supercomputer, is that right? Luciferian powered, demiurge powered. We just don't really know what's going to come next. We have an idea, okay? The zombie card may still be on the table to be played or not played, depending on circumstances. There has definitely been an upsurge in ET activity, real ET activity. So we just gotta hold firm, hold the line, right? Until enough people reacquire, reassemble, reacquaint themselves with their multidimensional selves. And it's not going to take a gigantic number of people to do this. Critical mass will be reached with far fewer people than one might assume to be the case. So, the battle has been joined. Humanity, real humanity, not the sheepanoids, real humanity, not the de-evolved ones. The real humanity that's making a stand now. Yeah, we're making our presence felt. So things are starting to get interesting now. Hang on to your hats. There's a lot more to come. And this is going out to a general audience. And the reason I call the commentary Meet the Reptilians is, well, the reptilian, for the most part, agenda. Keeping in mind there are a lot of other players, not just the reptilians, but the reptilians, the Draco, a lot of the factions out of the Orion constellation that go back to the Orion Wars millions of years ago. They're still key players in all this. So, again, hang on to your hats. Things are really going to start to get interesting in the next couple of years. By the time 2025 rolls around, which is a scant, will be scant 3 years before too long, there's no telling the kind of changes we'll be seeing. Okay, so for our listeners here on the Cosmic Switchboard Show, if you like what we do, if you believe in what we do, please go to thecosmicswitchboard.com, sign up and become a member. And also for our members, stay tuned in, and we'll see you on the flip side for our members.
Well, the global elite group known as the Bilderbergs have just arrived in Washington, D.C. for their 68th annual Bilderberg meeting, in which they intend to discuss how they can make the world better and how they can change policies and rules, to better benefit their personal agenda of world peace. Wink and a nod. As if they really want world peace, because a lot of what I believe that they're discussing is things like how they're going to get rid of that pesky little thing called a Constitution in America, not to mention the Bill of Rights, and of course, capitalism. Can't have that when you want to implement socialism and communism, and things like, of course, how they're going to usher in an entire system in which they can social score their people based off of how environmentally friendly you are, or how about transhumanism, or getting rid of that cash system so everything can be controlled, and of course, we got to get rid of any and all fossil fuels and implement the new Green Deal style agendas. That is what I believe they're really all about. But what I'm about to show you in today's broadcast is not only what they intend to talk about, but also who's on the participation list. And this is only the stuff we admit, by the way. But before I do, just a quick break. Now, over the years, you've probably tried different investments in stocks and mutual funds. So they can be up and down and quite literally all over the place. But with inflation running at 8.5%, the highest in 40 years, do you really need uncertainty? Being able to sleep at night knowing that your investments are not going to crash are worth their weight in gold. And speaking of gold, if you have been jumping from one investment idea to another, then now is the time to get a gold IRA with noblegoldinvestments.com. With gold, you shield your gains from taxes. Not only that, but you keep the real value of your wealth. You own a global asset, something tangible. And last but not least, you protect your wealth against an economic crash. What's not to like? And this month, Noble Gold Investments is giving away this 3-ounce silver coin with any cash value over $20K. Right now, I want to encourage you to get on over to noblegoldinvestments.com. Give them a call at 1-877-646-5347 and talk to one of their no-hassle specialists. Now, if you want a little bit more information about how you can save money, about gold, silver, precious metals, the history of money, or even the evolution of money, then I want to encourage you to also check out their YouTube channel right here. And it's under Noble Gold Investments. I'll leave a link in the description box below. But on there, you can see they've got some awesome detail on the history of money and even the evolution of money. And this series is a short clip that shows you how money came to be and why it's important to understand the national debt and other investment headaches like inflation, which we're currently going through. So check it out at noblegoldinvestments.com. Go to their YouTube channel and subscribe there. Want more information? Check it out in the description box below. All right, back to the broadcast. So let's first dive into this mysterious Bilderberg group, because there's a couple things you should know in case you aren't aware about this group. First of all, only the elite of the elite of the elite of the elite are invited. And you're going to see that when you see the participation list. Second, it's very secretive. Journalists are invited. Are part of the conversation there, but you're not allowed to discuss what is actually said at these events. You keep that information to yourself. Now, Bilderberg does give us kind of a rundown of some of the topics that they claim they're going to be talking about, but since none of the information is leaked and none of it's recorded, nobody really knows if that's actually being discussed. But according to their website, which I'm going to show you, that's what they claim is being discussed. The other thing is this organization has been around and meeting since 1954. And of course, still going strong today. Ever wonder why? And how the world, and ever wonder why the world has changed so much since 1954 through today? I don't know. I'll leave that for you to decide. But let's go straight on in to the Bilderberg website so you can see it for yourself. And by the way, I've been reporting on this stuff for quite some time. If you've been following me, you're well aware of that. But here it is, the Bilderberg's meeting official website. Yes, this is their official website. And I'm going to click on meeting 2022 right here because that's the one I can focus on. And you can see they've started leaking notes on their meeting since 2016. This is fairly new. By the way, they wanted to have more transparency with the public, so they started in 2016 doing this every year. And you can see a gap here between 2019 and 2022. That's because of the pandemic. They skipped a couple of years. But here it is. The 68th annual Bilderberg meeting is taking place right now, June 2nd through the 5th, 2022 in Washington, D.C. It says their 68th Bilderberg meeting will take place there in June in Washington, D.C. About 120 participants from 21 different countries have confirmed their attendance. As ever, a diverse group of political leaders and experts from industry, from finance, from academia, from labor, and the media have been invited. The list of participants is available here. Now, I'm going to take you to that participant list because I just want to show you a couple of the people that are attending. So let's go to that. And I've kind of highlighted a few names already in here right off the top. Chairman of Goldman Sachs International, LLC, right there. We also have the Shell CEO and the chairman and CEO of Pfizer, and not to mention William J. Burns, the CIA director. Moving on a little bit, you'll probably recognize this next name here, Henry Kissinger. Obviously, he goes pretty much every year. We also have the Economist here, a newspaper personnel as well. Let's move on a little bit. We also have the VP and Chief AI Scientist of Fakebook, aka Facebook Incorporated. So we have social media, we have Henry Kissinger, we have CIA, we have regular media, and here's some other ones here I want to show you as well. And this is the CEO of Shopify, the Prime Minister here. We've got Prime Ministers going, Ambassador of Ukraine to the U.S. We also have editor-in-chief of The Economist here as well. So you can see a wide range of what's going on there. Moving on a little bit, we have Eric Schmidt. I'm sure that name rings the bell. Google, Google, Google. And then we have the CTO of Microsoft Corporation. We have chairman of Atlantic Futures Forums. And then, of course, this little name you might recognize, especially if you live in Arizona, Kristen Sinema, the one who gave the Democrats all the gray hair. Yeah, she is now on the list as well. Moving on a little bit, we have Peter Thiel. He pretty much goes every year, the president of Thiel Capital, LLC. We also have the Secretary General of NATO. Interesting, considering what's going on with Russia, China, U.S., Ukraine, all of that. And then David Petraeus. So you guys might recognize a few of those names, but wanted to bring the participation list names to you because I think it's rather important to know that the people that are attending these meetings are not your just regular Joe Schmo CEOs. And no, they're pretty dang big names, prime ministers, high people in academics and scientists and CEOs and executive people, and not to mention the likes of billionaires and the whole nine yards, senators, congressional leaders, all of it. But here's something else I want to mention is some of the people who have attended in the past, which I have shared because I've been following this ever since they've started publishing it on 2016. But Bill Clinton, the IMF director, Christine Lagarde, Bill Gates, all of these names have been on past participation list. So just to give you an idea of who goes. And by the way, not everybody who attends is necessarily listed. I believe those are the public names. I think there is still an option. You don't have to be listed, but I'm not 100%, but I believe, knowing how mysterious they are, that could be the case. The next question is, what's on the agenda? What are they going to discuss? Now, there's one thing that they're going to discuss that really chills me, or a couple things that really chill me to the bone that you need to be aware of. But this is just the stuff, by the way, that they admit to be talking about. We don't really know, other than what they tell us, because obviously none of the information is allowed out, right? But take a look, going back to their main page here, the Bilderberg meeting, going back to that meeting 2022, and here it is. The key topics for discussion this year are, and a lot of these repeat, by the way, geopolitical realignments, how they're going to align graphical areas and politics. Interesting. NATO challenges. I believe that's on there because of what's going on right now between Russia and Ukraine in the war. We have China. China pretty much makes it 90% of the time on the list. Indo-Pacific realignment, that makes it off and on. And then we have U.S. tech competition. We have Russia. Russia. By the way, I'll show you in a moment, but Russia has made it every single year. Interesting to see where we were back in 2016, where we are now. But Russia's been on the list consecutively every single year, and China for the most part as well. Number 7 chills me to the bone. Now, I'm going to expand on that in a moment, but continuity of government and the economy. In case you're not aware what that exactly means, continuity of government is the principle of establishing defined procedures that allow a government to continue its essential operation in case of a catastrophe such as a nuclear war. And I'm sharing that for the Democrats and liberals out there listening, by the way. I know most of you know what that is. But basically, it's a plan in place in which a shadow government, if you will, can take over and run while this chaos is going on. And I'm going to expand on that in a moment. Number 8, disruption of the global financial system. It's interesting that that's on there because right now there is a massive disruption. We have inflation, we have a shipping supply crisis, we have financial crises all across the globe. And of course, this is the topic of discussion. And I wouldn't put it past them. I don't know, obviously, this is my opinion, that they are talking about things such as a cashless society, such as cryptocurrency, such as how to put systems in place which they can control, more or less, money. They've always been about that. Number 9, disinformation, because they can't have real information leaking out, so they label anything they don't want to talk about disinformation. Then we have energy security and sustainability, aka Agenda 2030, aka New Green Deal, aka green policies, and the whole 9 yards. 11, post-pandemic health. 12, fragmentation of democratic societies, trade and deglobalization, and of course, Ukraine is thrown in there as well. Now, just to show you some of the past meetings, you can see some things here that have been on past and are going on future. So climate, China, Russia, you can see the future of capitalism. That was 2019, 2018. And I'm just going through this very briefly. You can see Russia yet again on that one. 2017, here we go. We have China, we have Russia, we have Middle East, and of course Trump, because they didn't like what Trump was doing. That's 2017 and 2016 here. Russia and China yet on it again. And there's that as well. So as you can see, there is a lot of similar threads that they discuss year after year after year. And coincidentally, it's the same stuff that's kind of just, happening and advancing as we go along. But with that, let's go back to the one point that I really want to hone in on that meeting in 2022, and that is number 7, the continuity of government and the economy. Now, the reason that I think this is important because why are a bunch of internationalists who are from many different countries, the 21 different countries all across the globe, talking about continuity of government? This here in America, we do have that. In America, we have continuity of government. Why is this of any topic to a global organization? Why would they discuss something like that? And I think in light of what happened with the COVID-19 pandemic, are they afraid something's going to go and happen in the future? And what is the plan, right? Why are you discussing things like that? And maybe it's not directed at America, but I can't get the feeling that this is something that we actually have in America, and I'm sure they've got it other countries as well. But it really strikes me as odd that they're discussing it, and here's why. If you go to the whitehouse.gov, they have a whole background on what the continuity of government is, and it talks about it a little bit. The U.S. has a plan in place to continue the operation of the government following catastrophe on the nation's capital. And they have a National Security Presidential Directive 51. And I'm going to get into presidential directives in a moment. It goes on, buried deep within a 102-page national continuity plan is the strategy for mass evacuation, relocation of government, how the military and everything respond. And basically, it entertains the idea of a shadow government being involved, because in this continuity of government plan, we don't really know the details. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know who's in charge, if you will, how it's going to flow, or any of that. But there's kind of the idea. Now, this leaked out, and I did an entire report on this on Restrictive Republic, but this leaked out about, I want to say a little over a week ago, about a week ago, a little over a week ago. But in the New York Times has came across documents of the president's plan, which stem from many presidents prior, of what they will do in the event of the apocalypse. They basically, same thing as what they would do with continuity of government. Here it is. Documents shed some light on secret U.S. plans for apocalypse scenarios. It goes on to state, newly disclosed documents have shed a crack of light on the secret executive branch plans for apocalypse. Yeah, like a nuclear attack, when the president may activate wartime powers and national security emergencies. Until now, the public knowledge of what government put in these classified directives, which invoked emergency and wartime powers granted by Congress or otherwise claimed by president, have been limited to declassified descriptions. And they include things like imposing martial law, rounding up people deemed dangerous, and censoring news from abroad. And by the way, they are not sharing this, and it has not been made known to Congress. Now, I went in this in detail. I don't want to retouch on it, but basically this is about in the event that they have to invoke some kind of continuity of government in the event of a nuclear attack. And here's some of the stuff that got leaked. And what got leaked are the Presidential Emergency Action Documents, which they're calling PEADs. Now, what are these PEADs? Well, they're proclamations, messages to Congress in the event of the emergency. And some of these directives include things like this. And I believe there's 56 of them as of 2017. Obviously, we don't have them all. We don't have, we don't really have them, but what we do have is what they've done in the past. And here's some of the things they've done in the past. As you can see, authorized detention of alien enemies and other dangerous people, suspended the right of habeas corpus, provided various forms of martial law, issued a government warrant permitting search and seizures of property. We have established military areas, suspended production of the Federal Register, declared state of war, authorized censorship of news reports. And I can only say that that would expand today. But it's interesting that continuity of government is on the list this year for the Bilderbergs. And this is in the middle. And the reason why I guess this is throwing up red alarms for me is because right now we are in a state of chaos in America. We have warnings from everyone pretty much about the economy, how we're going to have food shortages, how we're going into a recession. We are in a recession. They just don't want to admit it. How we're having supply chain crisis and all these crises, job shortages and all of these all at once. So do they see things getting to the level where something like this might take place? And God, I hope not. Anyhow, wanted to bring you the latest on all of that. Thanks again for tuning in. I'm Lisa Haven, signing out.
One time we had a small plane go down somewhere in Africa, and we were not able to find it by surveillance. So the director of the CIA heard about a woman in California that was a medium or something. I don't know the title for. And she gave him the latitude and longitude of the plane's whereabouts. And we located the plane where she said it was. And that's the only time that I ever experienced something that was inexplicable. while I was president.
He was the most psychic man in the world, but nobody seems to know what killed him.
It began with Russell Targ. The physicist in the beret there appeared at my door with a box of documents.
Okay, so this is marker 701. This is where the caretaker told me I should start. And I'm going to see what this is. This is marker 700. So indeed Pat's grave is entirely unmarked. All right, I think he deserves better than that. This is probably my last opportunity to say goodbye to my good friend Pat. Pat Price often said, the more attention you place on hiding something, the more it shines like a beacon in psychic space.
Pat Price died in 1975, and some people believe it was because of his work with remote viewing.
Psychic spies, Cold War whimsy, or secret weapon. Some people may have certain psychic powers. This may reassure you, it may alarm you, but in fact, for some years now, the U.S. intelligence community has wagered a modest amount of money on the possibility that such powers do exist. Such powers do exist. But the most enduring experiments have been in the field of remote viewing. We got into it when we discovered that they were in it.
We found that many individuals are able to accurately describe what's going on in distant locations, blocked from any kind of ordinary perception.
Are you saying the work you've been doing is classified?
I really can't talk about matters of classification, as you can imagine. My name is Russell Targ, and I'm a physicist. This is our last chance to tell our story. I haven't been on a road trip like this for many years. They always assume that people are immortal.
This is the final boarding call for passengers.
I hope the people who have seen and used operational material will say, yes, that really happened.
Final boarding call for passengers.
A huge trove of material was declassified by the CIA. So this is really the first time that the people who were cognizant of secret material can talk about it.
At one time, humanity worshipped fire. The shamans called it magic, and the people feared it. And now science recognizes fire as simply another part of the natural world. Ideas change based on new evidence. But the fear of the unknown remains.
The future is all blue, very large.
What if psychic abilities were real? What if you could look anywhere, using only the power of your mind? And if these abilities really exist, what would that do to the world when it found out?
With my second hat turban and my crystal ball.
The CIA financed a project in 1975 to develop a new kind of agent who could truly be called a spook.
Ned, when you told me that you were interested in using classified materials, that you were eager to get them out, and you were, I was principally concerned for you.
And our family, no doubt.
No doubt. We received the letter from the CIA and said, sorry, not now, but later. The Ball Nicholas is going to publish the book. And I just thought that what could be more important than to help my father, one, get the documents that he was seeking, but also to help make sure that he stayed out of jail. So that all seemed like a very worthwhile enterprise.
Yeah, very good thinking.
And I then contacted the congresswoman in Palo Alto, and she submitted a letter on your behalf as well.
Oh, that's very nice. I didn't know that.
Several months later, the CIA released the documents that we had requested, and you were able to tell me the story in full detail.
If I taught you to expect a miracle, it's been worthwhile. With the floodgates now open, an additional 70,000 documents on remote viewing were declassified. I can now show everybody these pictures without having to kill them afterwards.
You can actually take out of thin air information about something you have absolutely no access to, just using your mind.
If we want to know why the CIA was lying about our program, perhaps we should go to Detroit and talk to Kit Green, our former contract monitor. He was branch chief of the Life Sciences Division at CIA.
I was given the results. The drawings showed the ability of a visual representation that appeared to be better than overhead imagery. In Pat Price's drawings, it was as if it was from inside his brain that the information was coming, not from his eyeballs overhead looking down.
It was obvious to any intelligence organization that if you had an ability to be able to remotely perceive stuff, really remotely, like any place in the world, that could be an extraordinary intelligence source.
The remote viewing program basically ran from the early 70s to the mid-90s.
For more than 20 years, the CIA used psychic abilities operationally and in a top secret program for the U.S. government. You paid for them, you deserve to see them.
CIA had said cease and desist. And people said, this stuff is so intriguing that we got back into the game.
We once found a guy who could see anywhere in the world through his psychic powers. We could show him a picture of any place and he could describe any activity going on there. But he died, and we haven't heard from him since. CIA Director Stansfield Turner, Chicago Tribune, August 1977.
Because I believe when he died, he was out in Las Vegas or something, and Kit Green rushed out there.
Even though he died unattended in a hotel room, you don't need to make it a medical examiner case, although that's not correct. And he was taken to the emergency room, which I visited. Speaking now as a criminologist, I would have investigated the hell out of it.
But the water's a little bit murky. So I'm going to change to a bigger fly that they can see better. Oh, there we go. We got one.
So what do you do with it after you catch it?
Catch and release only. The cutthroats are now pretty endangered, so you can't keep them. Where the red is, it's like his throat's been cut.
Yeah.
Ken Kress was our long-term contract monitor at CIA. He was a physicist. Ken Kress became a mythic figure when he wrote a long paper in Annals of Intelligence describing our program, but he's never come forward.
Kress had never been interviewed before this film, and every question we asked had to be submitted for vetting by the CIA.
I was undercover. The fact that CIA was even doing anything with SRI was confidential information. So Sid Gottlieb looked around, came up with my name because I was a physicist, and he called me in and he said, well, I'd like you to take over this project. And he said, the reason is there's two physicists at SRI, and I think you three can probably communicate.
The first series of experiments here at Stanford Research Institute were what the scientists called remote viewing. For example, here is a reenactment of one of the first experiments last year. The subject was a New York artist named Ingo Swann. He was in the room. The experimenters, Drs. Harold Putoff and Russell Targ, were driving away in a car. Their destination was in a sealed envelope. This day it was Palo Alto City Hall. The subject did not know. But back in the room, the subject began sketching and describing where he imagined they might be. Here was the tape recording that he made then.
There must be buildings around, and this would be sort of an area enclosed to some sort, a quadrangle or a quad. And then I sort of felt that there might be a fountain around, but I didn't hear any water in it.
There is a fountain. That day, it was turned off. Back in the room, the subject sketched a pattern he thought was crosswalks coming together in a circle. In fact, the courtyard is paved in this pattern. The courtyard where they were is 2 miles from the room where the subject was. There had been no communication between them.
Somehow or another, Kit Green and Ingo got together, but Kit came up with a report, and he sent this back, circulating through CIA, and eventually got to Sid Gottlieb. Gottlieb was already predisposed to look at psychic phenomena from 10 years ago.
As the CIA's sorcerer, Gottlieb attempted to raise assassination to an art form. Out of his labs had come many debilitating potions.
We knew who Sid Gottlieb was, the director of the famous MK-Ultra program. This is by 1974. MK-Ultra was the CIA's notorious mind control program in the 1950s and 60s, where they were giving LSD to people to see if you could create a Manchurian candidate and strip away their memories. We considered him sort of the Joseph Mengele of the American side. Mengele, of course, was a notorious Nazi physician who did biological experiments on Jewish prisoners. Gottlieb was not doing that. Gottlieb, of course, is Jewish. He was just torturing other people, independent of race or religion. He's sort of equal opportunity misanthrope. From my point of view, he reminded me of my old Uncle Sid.
He died. He was out in Las Vegas or something.
In early 1972, I briefed NASA and the CIA on proposed experiments to help people develop their psychic abilities. Well, Helen and I thought it would be very interesting to meet with Sid Gottlieb. He was enthusiastic about the idea of giving remote viewers LSD as a way of enhancing their psychic abilities. I was opposed to that. Remote viewing requires a person's conscious cooperation, and we explained that to Gottlieb, and he seemed to completely understand. So he led us down into the basement of the Pentagon, and it seemed to us that he was sort of stored in the basement with all of his books. The only really comfortable place we'd ever been in the CIA. The idea, after talking to Gottlieb, that the decision to give us money to go forward probably had already been made.
Reports that the Soviets were using psychics to spy on us prompted us to do the same to them.
There was intelligence, hard intelligence. It was like States military, United States intelligence officers, and United States scientists would be ripe for recruitment as spies if they were interested in crazy things like psychic research, remote viewing, and parapsychology. And they would tell their government people that were responsible for doing recruiting and so forth, hey, if you want to find somebody in the Washington, D.C. area that might be pretty interesting, find somebody that spends their time doing psychic research.
They must have been following Russ around constantly then.
It's natural for a visually handicapped person like me to be interested in optics, magic, and extrasensory perception. I'm a legally blind motorcycle riding physicist. In 1934, I was born in Chicago.
Let's listen.
I was a child magician. I used to perform magic tricks at birthday parties and art openings. As a magician, I understand how people can be tricked. That's always made me a better researcher, especially in a field like ESP. I left graduate school at Columbia in 1956, and in 1958, I began working on the earliest development of the laser. I was looking for a way to get into some kind of psychical research and still support my family.
Russell was enthusiastic, and Hal was more like what you would expect a theoretician to be. But they both came across as, physicists.
I heard that there was going to be a lecture at Stanford University, and there was a young physicist, Hal Puthoff, giving a lecture on psychic discoveries behind the Iron Curtain, American and Russian ESP. And I then went back and talked to my new friend Hal Puthoff and said, I think I got some dough. Let's talk to your management about creating a program. And he said, that would be very nice. You just have to promise that you'll keep a low profile. So that was in June of 1972. And this led to the beginning of our program at SRI to investigate psychic abilities. I look forward to coming to work. Every day had a new miracle. I feel like the child magician finally got a job doing magic.
As we were doing these experiments, we began to run into flack from the psychologists at SRI. They said, you've got that crazy ESP experiments going on. That's going to ruin our reputation. We're going to lose our fun and get rid of those guys.
Hal had worked for several years in naval intelligence in Washington, and that may have made him a little more secretive indeed.
Yep. I had access to one of the most shielded experiments on the planet. It was a shielded magnetometer that measures weak magnetic fields.
Against his better judgment, Hal snuck his very first subject into a forbidden lab at Stanford. The man claimed to be the greatest psychic in the world, and his name was Ingo Swann. Swann claimed that he could move the needle of an unswayable magnetometer, buried under 30 feet of concrete, with a classified design to sniff out nuclear explosion.
It even had superconducting shield. Its claim to fame was that nothing from the outside could affect it.
Not only could Ingo perfectly sketch the design, but the needle moved, and nearly got kicked out of Stanford for breaking the experiment. And that got the attention of the CIA.
I asked the CIA agents, why are you looking at him? He said, well, we couldn't care less about the fact that he perturbed that magnetometer, but the fact that he could look through superconducting shielding and see what was inside, that is really a concern.
In a way, I can understand other people's response to our work. If someone had come up and told me 4 years ago the kinds of things I'm now telling people, I think I would have been skeptical also.
Well, when I first met Ingo, of course, he was coming out with this claim of, quote, being a psychic. And at that time, before I started seeing results, I was very skeptical. And he was very confident.
The psychic is a kind of remote sensing device, and that I think has a contribution to make to both science and humanity.
Understanding Ingo, I think you have to see a creative, highly intelligent, deeply wounded man who found in remote viewing a pathway to the acclaim that he sought.
We might do an experiment that looked like a really good outcome, and he would say, no, this is not so good, and he would come up with some loophole. And so he would say, look, if we take credit for an experiment and then someone can come along later and find some loophole or some false positive, then they'll reject it. And then even when we do good experiments, they'll reject it.
He told me a story. He was a homosexual, which doesn't matter. I mean, who cares? But it mattered to him because he told me a story which I've never forgotten of being beaten up by a bunch of boys who he liked and admired when he was a youth. And I think he wanted to be acknowledged.
I've often recovered many of the thoughts about existence I had as a child. A major one of these was the separation of consciousness from the body, which was very real when I was a child. This kind of thing happens in art. I believe and always have believed, and I return to it many times in my life, that I am not this body in terms of consciousness, and consciousness can go places where the body cannot.
It was very important to him to be validated by SRI. SRI was the first lab of a different order of magnitude from all prior parapsychological research.
What SRI was always upset about is that during our day here, we brought in 1% of the money and 99% of the publicity.
Back in 1972, SRI was primarily a contractor for the government and some industry. With the riots in the 60s and 70s, the fact that classified work was going on at Stanford University, they didn't like that.
Up until that time, most psychological research was done by small foundations on minuscule budgets operating in a corner of some basement.
SRI level of classification was top secret. It took a long time to get the security clearance.
You can't walk around. You have to be escorted because of the secret projects. Full of high-class scientific equipment, beeping and showing on the cathode ray tubes and all that.
And when Russell and Hal got positioned there, it had a big impact. And on Ingo, it had a particularly big impact because the work that he did at SRI drew a lot of attention.
To be in that kind of laboratory, they must be very important and really have a grasp of the truth. So you guys had a psychological procedure that in the neighborhood thing, as it were, that was fantastic. And I think that's partially why you guys had damn good results.
And all of them succeeded in remote viewing. Drs. Puthoff and Targ do not know how. And so maybe one of the most important things about the work done here is that it has been published in one of the most conservative and prestigious scientific journals in the world. With this note, few readers will finish without wondering for at least a moment if indeed ESP might be possible after all. What a difference that would make to us all. Jack Cummings, NBC News, Stanford Research Institute, California.
Ingo was really the father of remote viewing in the modern era. Before Ingo, people were describing the picture in the envelope.
Square. Good guess, but wrong.
He said, if I want to see what's in the envelope, I'll open the envelope. I can focus my attention anywhere on the planet, give me something interesting to look at.
And he threatened to quit. And so we asked him, well, you know, what do you mean? What would you like to do? And he says, just send somebody out in the San Francisco Bay Area and I'll describe where they are.
Well, it takes a lot of guts to accept a challenge like this. The psychics involved could sort of get into it at a creative level and discover things very distant from themselves and then go find out if they were really there.
Well, we had, by now, 30 analysts, not scientists,
in CIA and maybe 6 or 7 scientists in CIA talking about these initial dozen or so results of these anecdotal situations.
We began by speaking of some kind of almost a psychic arms race here. Is there any real application to this?
At that time, there were rumors, certainly, that the government was doing something. But nobody actually knew what was going on.
Why are the intelligence communities chasing after this thing called remote viewing? What if there are no secret? What's really going on here?
They had to put resources on something that sounded crazy. That's what it was. And we would all talk about them and say, well, I know I didn't lie. I know you didn't lie. And we'd get polygraphed once in a while, and it became clear we weren't lying. That wasn't the issue. What's going on?
These people from CIA were very concerned. They had one goal in mind, to prove that it was nonsense. Well, we've looked in your background. You've had these high security clearances. You've been polygraphed. We know we can trust you. The Russians have been spending millions of dollars over a decade at some of the best institutes investigating so-called ESP. No scientists in America even believe there's such a thing as ESP. In fact, it was because the Soviets had a completely materialistic viewpoint. Even in Lenin's writings, he said, since consciousness isn't observable, it must be physical, and therefore physical things must have consciousness. And so he thought even atoms had some level of consciousness.
And then the question becomes, how close does it have to be for you to see it? Can you see it in this room, in the next? How about it? Can you see it on the other side of town? The question began to start formulate about distance.
Maybe, like everything else that we know physically, it's quantum mechanical. That means it's spread out everywhere. It's not in space-time anymore. So exactly the same way that I can focus on my name being spoke, there's something about attention that I can use in order to narrow in and pay attention to something. So if I want to pay attention to what's happening on Pluto a million years ago, I should be able to do that. That's kind of what the remote viewers do. I mean, Ingo Swann was looking at Jupiter 9 months before Voyager got there and correctly described rings that no astronomer had ever seen or even suspected. So how did he do that? Well, it suggests the ring to Jupiter was in his head already. This becomes a very materialistic way of thinking about what's going on, but who cares? I mean, I'm interested in what the truth is.
We don't know how to evaluate this. We don't know if it's a threat or what.
Well, I would say the difference between the American scientific community and the Soviet is that at the highest level in the Soviet scientific community, psychic research is taken seriously. There's no doubt about it.
And you claim in this country it is not?
I would say in this country it's not, because people are worried about the so-called giggle potential.
Our normal socialization, being psychologists now, is that stuff like ESP is nonsense, it can't happen. So if somebody tells you to do it, they're asking something stupid.
And they banged a telephone book size thing down on the table. Paraphysics R&D, Warsaw Pact of the Defense Intelligence Agency. When I thumbed through that and saw all the work that was going on.
So the CIA was tracking all of these people.
Yeah, in this case it was DIA.
Here is the report that I finally wrote that summarized everything we could find at that time. It was called Key Intelligence Question Number 9. I labeled it paraphysics because I had to find a word that allowed us at the Foreign Technology Division to sense that there is a legitimate physics connection here.
So let's just randomly, like a government support for parapsychics research.
Paraphysics.
Paraphysics. Returning stories of official government support for research. In fact, such support seems unquestioned by anyone. All of the Soviet centers, of course, are government funded. 1971.
That's right. So especially over there, since everything was government funded, you had to take it more seriously.
In principle, this document forms more policy than anything else that goes on in the intelligence community. Because why should the intelligence community be interested in it? Access information, in a generic sense. You can use it for communication, like to remote places, submarines, and that came up later. I thought they'd laugh me out of the room.
So what was their reaction when you
Positive.
said that? It was
Positive.
You got a positive reaction?
Yes, they said, hey, this is good stuff, follow it.
When he wrote his first report, Dale Graff had no idea what he was getting defense intelligence into. Despite a series of remote viewing experiments that beat the odds of over 1 million to 1, the CIA was still skeptical.
The Army, CIA, DIA, they all had remote viewing programs eventually, but it all began with the NSA break-in.
The real operational work began not with the bang, bullets, and bombs, but with a whisper.
I'm sorry, actually, I misdirected you. You were on the right. No, we should be up there.
About 2 psychics, 2 laser physicists that broke into the most secret NSA site that ever existed. It was a whisper that would eventually be heard around the world. The CIA had a new secret weapon.
There was a hiatus, and then Sugar Grove came along. And somebody says this cockamamie thing. Well, now what we're doing is we're doing remote viewing by coordinates. And I say, what?
It was codenamed Scanning.
The Scanning program was started by Ingo Swann, and in that program, where we were using coordinate remote viewing, a viewer described what was located at any geographical coordinate of latitude and longitude, and would then describe what's there.
And they tell me what this is. And I say something like, well, you're going to have to prove that to me. And the door opened at the end of the hallway, and a guy walks out. Could you give me some coordinates, just map coordinates of a place that you know? He says, this will do it. He says, I'm positive you don't know anything about what's there. I said, perfect. I took it.
And then Kit gave Hannibal's coordinates that nobody knew about.
From Ingo's standpoint, he said it's really a sexy target. It's got all kinds of antennas. Seems like a very hush-hush place, very military, and drew how things were laid out.
The results came back so specific on paper that I was just like, it was kind of nonplussed. It included the diagram, guardhouse, accordion doors that roll up big enough to put a Jeep through, 4 stories below, hallway, cipher lock, and I took it to my colleague Dave, who would give me the coordinates, and I said, here. He said, man, Green, this is nonsense. I said, are you really sure? And he said, man, I gave you the coordinates of the log cabin I just built in West Virginia. So I called up my colleagues and I gave them the results, and I'm sick of it. And just before I hung up, the fellow I was talking to, who I can't name, but whose initials were Russ Targ, said, that's really too bad. It's really too bad. Really too bad. The other guy found the same thing.
Early in the SRI program, there had been some publicity, and Pat Price had read about it. That happened to be right when we had been asked to target on the West Virginia site. So it was over the telephone, saying, I used to be maybe police commissioner or something like that in Burbank, and sometimes I would get intuitive flashes about some crime scene we were working on, and it turned out I would be right. Maybe I should be a subject.
SRI comes up with Pat Price. He had a map on the over his desk, and he had a bunch of pins on the map of the world, and their pins were all stuck in the ocean. And I asked him, I said, Pat, what are all those, pins? They're just scattered all around. He said, I'm following all the nuclear submarines in the world, and I move the pins in there, and I relocate for an intelligence officer. I mean, this would be one of the most fundamental breakthroughs in naval intelligence if you could follow all the submarines in the world.
Pat Price was brought in independently to describe the same target location and went on to read documents hidden in the vault 3 floors below the surface.
So that's really interesting. Okay, yeah, okay. I'll talk. What did you say? And I drove to the coordinates. I found a cabin. 100 meters down the road, I found a dirt road from the cabin. I drove down it, found a guardhouse, found a dish, found the accordion door.
This naval installation's purpose is to perform communications research and development for the U.S. Navy, the Department of Defense, and various elements of the U.S. government.
I reported that. It got to the Office of Research and Development, it got to the Office of OTS, and there was, a huge controversy.
And it started as very small ball.
But what the person who picked the target didn't realize was just right over the ridge, a mile or so away, whatever it was a super secret facility for picking up Russian satellite information as it went overhead. And so both of them said, maybe that's what they want us to describe.
In the 1960s, Sugar Grove became one of the NSA's most important Cold War listening facilities.
And the whole thing blew up.
But remember, it was about what was inside that building. File folders with the following names. I remember that they were all associated with a pool game, like playing pool or billiards.
Filing cabinet on the north wall labeled Operation Pool Cue. 4-ball, 8-ball, rack up.
I'm saying, this is reminiscent of a visit to the place that it took him.
Within 24, 48 hours, I had security officers in my office at headquarters. And they were grim-faced and they were upset. And I was told this officially, it's been made public. The filing cabinets were there, they were green, there were file folders, and they had the exact 3 names on the file folders. Now, that was the first thing that was important, is that they were correct. However, those guys out in California got the code names. They got code names that were part of a special access program, not just code names. They got special access program code names which were classified top secret. The names were classified top secret.
We were then descended upon by all the law enforcement of the United States.
We had government agencies from NSA and CIA coming to visit us and find out why the CIA had targeted a group of psychics to go spy on the NSA.
So I didn't know whether to be sick to my stomach or what to do.
So it wasn't just Kit Green, it was the owners of this site. And some of it, like some of the names that I told you, turned out to be accurate.
Mm. 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 Mm.
Oh gosh, needs me body, yeah. Okay. That's what it says, I thought. Здравствуй, дорогие возлюбленные. Мы пришедшие сюда. Mm.
Shoulders rise up in the back. It's almost like the head just plants down, the neck and head planted down, and all this raises up. There was a picture of a reptilian I was going to show you. Maybe I'll find it and throw it in here at the end of the video. And it's part of the structure of the beings that possess these people. Hold it. North wall, labeled Operation Tokyo. 4-ball, 8-ball, right? Right there. We don't know if it's right or what. Well, I would say the difference between the American scientific community and the Soviet is that at the highest level in the Soviet scientific community, psychic research is anecdotal situation. We began by speaking of some kind of a almost a psychic arms race here. Is there any real implication to that? One time we had a small plague around somewhere in Africa, and we were not able to find it by surveillance. So, well, transferred his consciousness into a black box. They hooked up these wires from the black box to his body, made him with this thing, basically killed him, and then they somehow pulled his consciousness into this black box. They then brought in a clone body of himself, and then they transferred that consciousness, his consciousness, into the clone body. And then, as a byproduct of that, all of the one-time childhood diseases you're only supposed to get once, done radiation experiments and all horrendous things.
51, and I'm going to get into presidential directives in a moment.
owed the ability of a visual representation. So
spaceships, UFOs, keeps them in a secret warehouse. And that's not all. Bob says Uncle Sam hired him to figure out how they fly. If you're skeptical, you'll play a company. Lazard has been questioned and criticized. He even had to take a lie detector test. That's when some people started believing him.
Have in their possession
allegedly shows alien abductee vanishing from her bed. By T.K. Randall, October 17, 2022. UFO investigator Nick Boats recently commented on the clip which went viral after it was featured by a local news site. The clip, which has come to be known as the Droitwich abduction video, was recorded in the UK in 2010 and had flown mostly under the radar until last year when a team of local researchers known as the Birmingham UFO Group, BUFOG, managed to obtain a copy of it. The story goes that the woman had believed that she was being regularly abducted by aliens and had decided to install an infrared camera in her bedroom to capture any potential evidence on film. The footage itself shows her tossing and turning in bed before seemingly disappearing into thin air with the bed covers falling down and the spot on which she had been lying just seconds before. Then she seemed to reappear towards the end of the clip again seemingly out of thin air.
Could this really be evidence of an actual extraterrestrial abduction caught on video? You'd be the judge. To figure out what was going on, and a growing number of experts questioned whether it might just be mass hysteria. But today, two top senators briefed on the intelligence say these were definitely attacks carried out by some type of weapon. NBC News has reported that the U.S. government considers Russia to be the most likely culprit, and a report last year by the National Academies of Science found that brain injuries were most likely caused by pulsed microwave energy, which former CIA Director Leon Panetta says is a serious threat.
That kind of technology is very real, and it can threaten people, not by bullets, simply by using the capabilities to send a wave into an embassy.
What's made this so tough to solve is the fact that the symptoms the Americans are reporting are so vague. Things like nausea, hearing loss, and problems with balance and memory. Many reported hearing this sound before falling ill. How widespread this is, with new reports of new possible cases in Russia, China, and now even here in the United States. And just this week, the Canadian group of diplomats accused their own government of withholding information about 3 new cases of brain injury among Canadian diplomats who also served in Cuba.
The 200 Americans have now come forward to report possible symptoms of the mysterious illness called Havana syndrome.
So, I mean, the one thing that's been really striking in our reporting on this in the last several weeks versus the last several years that we've been looking into this is there has been a very constant, steady state of reporting coming in. So at times there are, several a week coming in. And also we've learned that they're coming from all over the world. We've now been told that there have been people who have come forward, Americans who have come forward, reporting.
I found a new home. A friend for life.
That you are not on strike yourself because of the particular work you do. If you had the choice, would you be behind the picket line?
100%. Unfortunately, I can't because I work in intensive care, but this is a last resort. I don't really want to strike, but I don't see any other option anymore. People aren't listening to us. The comments you were reading out this morning about us being selfish, they are so hurtful. Nurses are the least selfish people. I love my patients more than anything. And you hear a lot of, why do you deserve more just to do your job? Or you knew what you're getting into. I didn't know what I was getting into. I did not know it would be this short-staffed and I would spread myself so thin and not be able to give what my patients deserve.
So talk us through the conditions that you're working under that you say actually right now it means it's unsafe to continue in that manner.
So, I work in intensive care. We've got lots of very, very sick, ventilated children, and there's physically not enough of us. The other day I was went to a study day. I came in, it got cancelled, and I asked, do you want me to just stay? And they said, yes, I would love you to, because we're so short-staffed. And there was 3 babies that didn't even have a nurse to their name, and we were just sort of sharing around to try and look after the patients as well as we could. Now, these are people's children, their babies, our patients, and people's relatives. Their babies, our patients, and people's relatives.
are very young, as you see where we live. It's December the 19th, 2022. So I'm on my afternoon walk on home in the city of Alhambra. I'm taking my afternoon break. And I wanted to take a picture in the afternoon to see how burnt my face is. And if you can see, it's pretty burnt. And my neck is burnt. And then, let's see. It's December the 19th, 2022. So I'm on my earbuds.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stewart. Did you know that right now over 70 million people have had to leave their homes due to war?
Government should not be paying for people's lives like this, and these are matters which they should be handling quite seriously.
What the government are trying to do is control inflation, and they're saying, I think you'd understand, we can't give everybody a pay rise because we're just having the same situation.
Well, then they need to be trying to be offering more than what they can so that nurses feel supported to do a job that they're doing. And
I think Stephen makes also a good point, because I think there is a slight difference between the public's perception of nurses
when it comes, even with respect to RMT, train workers, because the trains have had a decline in passenger numbers of 20% from the pandemic, right? So there are serious issues to be dealt with on the railways. There's also a working practice that needs to be updated. But we did go out and clap for nurses during the pandemic, right? They already have a 7.2 million waiting list. There are 400,000 people now waiting more than a year for treatment. The NHS was on its knees before COVID. It's even on its knees more now. This leads into a much more fundamental question raising for me, which is, what kind of NHS do we want? What should it do? This is what Sajid Jaber, the former health secretary, had.
So this is an optimistic but realistic. People wait for self-interest is going to continue to work in the same direction as Klaus Schwab wants it, in the direction of this great reset. I think the growing people are going to turn against it because it starts to go against their self-interest. So, I don't know if you might notice it, you might not. I'm living in Cleveland, we're in. And before I moved here in November 2020, I lived in the UK. Private schools in Surrey. And during that time, I came across, obviously, many of the British middle class. They might consider themselves a little bit boring, most of them work for a living. And the way that I define it is that somebody who's upper class, those people that don't need to work for a living, so they've got assets, and those assets generate their income. They don't need to sell their labour to earn an income above the wage. Anyway, these people, as I say, I observe them close. Many of them might be working in political and managing lawyers or bankers, or that maybe middle class, very, very solid middle class professions like consultants, GPs, something like that. And what I would say about those people is not the kind of humorous stuff, which is that they all they're absolutely obsessed with their own sort of social class, and they wear all the books like a uniform, so that the people around them can see that they're also the middle class too, or they would consider it class, but really they're middle class. With the red trousers, the blokes, women with the dyed blonde hair driving the 4x4s. They're very, very sort of conformist. And what they do above all else is that they're obedient sort of rule followers, and they want to sort of put the consensus, whatever that consensus might happen to be. That's a machine clearing the road, I think. A snow. We've had a load of snow here again. Anyway, so these people very, very into virtue signalling. So for example, the Blackheath Cricket Club, which is just south of Guildford. I just remember seeing that they had a Ukraine flag, rather than having a club's flag, they had a Ukraine flag, and that just kind of sums up these people. Very, very into virtue signalling, very into trying to signify their status and social class and membership to other people. So they care deeply about what the people think. Now, the other thing that I was is that they're really hard to so they're pretty hard to themselves. So I know there is trade people who frequent with other people, but they would always get a load of grief. They would ask them to do more because of this grief, and then when it came to pay, Sebastian wouldn't pay them. They're like trying to get blood out of the stone. So they were like very, very hard-nosed, brutal people. behind all of the kind of smile, the rest of it, they're all like hard-nosed. So, I know I'm going a bit around the houses here, but forgive me. So, during the early days of the Soviet Union, the coffee sniffle, these guys really actively bought into it. And the reason for that was it kind of tallied with their own self-interest. So a lot of them work up in London. So for them, they hate their community. I know there was this person that I worked with, and he was commuting from Hazelmead, like practically 2 hours there on the train every day, 2 hours back, the trains. Awful. Imagine having to do that 4 hours a day and for your job as well. So of course, when the coffin sniffle came, people told to stay at home to save lives. These people didn't. It wasn't a hard sell for Boris Johnson or Klaus or whatever, to convince these people that it was a good idea for them to work at home. They enthusiastically brought into it. Similarly, I know people who like furlough, they were open and real about that. So what I'm saying is here is in the first phase of the great Klaus's great reset, his fourth industrial drive, it was very, very easy sell for much of the British class. They got to work from home or they got furloughed, and in return for that, all they had to do was to wear their underpants on their face and go to the concert. And I guess also as well, because they're into their virtue signalling, they really got off on, I'm going to the concert to save your grandma, and they were mostly with their book face, Facebook, whatever you want to call it. So what I'm saying again is that the first phase of what these Klaus Schwab was to bring in, it was a breeze. And it was a breeze because it was working with these people's self-interest. They wanted to do it. They thought, yeah, I get to work at home and I only have to wear, a slave muzzle. Yeah, I'm up for that. That's a fair trade. I'm going to go with that. Where, go to the Britney Spears. Of course, these people are a bit thick, so, they're overly trusting of authority. That's what they base their careers on, which is basically looking up to the next layer above them in the hierarchy, and then just like, yes, sir, no, sir, three bags full, sir. So these people were very, very happy with going along with the kind of COVID takeover in the first phase. This is the optimism. I think that these people are going to turn. These are the people that are going to be rebelling against the Soviet Union and Klaus's Great Reset. These people are going to, mysteriously, they're going to become like the vegetables. They're going to realise that the government isn't their best mates. Why? Reasons of self-interest. These people are selfish. They're hard-nosed. When they realise that they're no longer on the right side of things, these people kill just like that, no problem at all. So it's going to be a lot harder for Klaus to sell the next stage of this reset to the Red Trouser Brigade from Surrey. Why? Well, let's dig into it. First of all, badly damaged by going to the Britney Spears and Christmas concerts. So they'll probably, I'm sure, I've met some of them, they're feeling a bit bad about it, they're feeling worried about it, they're feeling as though that they were bugged off, because they were. And I think also this is the other really, really important. The next step is them. So what we're talking about here is, the so-called zero carbon agenda. So, when these people are asked, or told rather, that they're not going to be able to drive their cars anymore, talking about these cities, or their energy rationed electronically via central banking currency, or making choices between whether they're going to go on holiday, go to Tuscany, to their villa. Oh, what? They went to stop me from going to Tuscany in my villa. Yeah, I own the villa, I own my 4x4 home villa, they say that. So these people will start to rebel against it because for the first time, then it's going to be compromised by the Great Reset or where it's a by crime, social pressure, and then it will be affecting them too. They won't be able to afford their little luxuries like a couple of bottles of wine, 30 quid a bottle. So these people, I expect, to rebel against the COVID Union because they're selfish, they're hard-nosed, and they'll pursue self-interest, and they'll know which side they're footed on, and it won't be with Klaus Schwab, so they'll join us, and that's what I'm expecting, because the next phase of the crisis involves zero carbon, and it involves them having to make sacrifices. So that's all I'm going to say. So God bless you.
I woke up 6:37, Tuesday, 2022. Controlling my sleep pattern. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Hi Maria. It's woken up. I don't know what time it is. 7:30. Nightmare sleep. And it break my bloody dreams. Not quite. Stuff up a bloody cold and controls the soul, isn't it? It's demonic. You're not showing up. Let me have a look. Open the other tab. Oh, they tap you back in your neck. You lose the taste. Frequencies. EMF frequencies. It's a radiation to the effect. 111. No, I'm changing channel. The hide in your comments. Hear the birds. You got the spam idiots in the chat. I think spell that right, yeah. Right. Right, this is live weather camera in Scotland. This is changing subject now since I'm looking up too early. This is not your natural sunrise. Just going to make the video. Make sure my screen is the right one. Yeah. Right, so now Scotland live weather camera. This is Negro Planet X system. 10 to 8 in the morning, bloody hell. Right inside. Yeah. Reflection, that's not, it's meant to be a round, small sun, yeah, to be natural. But that's a huge red iron oxide behind it, white in the middle, red below, reflection on the water. Timestamp, top left. That's just turned blue sky. It just flashed blue. Wow. Huh. Don't they control? It's like a Matrix world. Control the bloody weather. Right. I'm listening back to this demonic audio. Meant to be sleep, but it's not. It's hacking population. Go away, you perps. Accumulating it.
live in United Kingdom? Then quit your job. You don't need it anymore. A new super project.
The secret behind secret societies. Obviously, the secret behind secret societies is a secret that people don't want to spread abroad. Revelation 17:4 and the Revelation.
Perverts, demonic attacks, minor labs, military black ops operations. And the frequencies I can hear playing back this audio video while I'm watching this weather camera in Scotland. Like they're hacking into my internet. I don't know how many hours I've got to sleep. Does it say how many hours? Look at this, there's about 5 hours.
Morning, folks. So, I don't know if anybody in the West.
Well, good morning, everybody. Many of you know that I regularly attend church, and yesterday on Twitter, Councillor Rob Stewart said that there are no homeless, paraphrasing now, there are no homeless in Swansea. This is simply untrue. That doorway, once again, has somebody sleeping rough in it. It rained very hard last night, Councillor Stewart. It was very cold. And you are a stranger to the truth.
Mm.
Will be inserted into the offer of the portfolio that we will offer into these countries. I think that is really a fulfillment of a dream that we had together with my leadership team when we started in 19. The first week we met in January of 19 in California and set up the goals for the next 5 years. And one of them was by 2023, we will reduce the number of people in the world by 50%.
Wow.
I think today this dream is becoming reality.
Oh my gosh, into my body, yeah.
More than 2% here now. Steve Forbes, Forbes media chairman. And Steve, it's always great to see you, but even better when...
Well, they looked to the future and saw maybe sunny days in the second half of next year. Let's get in the market now. A lot of bargains around. Well, it turns out that Jerome Powell was actually speaking the truth when he said in August.
Statement the other day as well. And so we're looking at people having to lose their job. More than 2% here now. Steve Forbes.
Yes, the rain wasn't in. So 2:20. For no Barbara sleep.
Well, we had 3. Down for 10 pounds. He is in, isn't he? One of the big boys wants to see who was pulled the same trick. Sends you at 3 and sees you 3 to 3.
Mr. Larkin to see you, JG.
Sergeant Captain. Sit down, Mr. Larkin. Thank you. You,
works and they don't care what he does. There is no job worth $2 billion a year. That's why they pay athletes these fantastic salaries. I was listening to the radio the other day. They just contracted to pay one player of one team $6 million a year. Can you believe this?
And why is that?
It's the Roman circus. What does the emperor do when the people become restive? And when people are asking questions and when the people don't like the policies of the emperor? He sends them to the circus. He creates a circus. He builds a giant coliseum. And he begins to throw the Christians to the lions. He has great chariot races and football games and basketball games, all to keep the idiots preoccupied with things that don't mean anything in the scheme of the entire world. So that they don't have the time to learn what the truth is. So they don't ever get smart enough to learn how to be manipulated. So they don't ever question the emperor. That's why they take a player on a football team or a baseball team $1 million or $2 million or $3 million a year. It is the Roman circus.
Think you know the answers to those questions?
Jules, I didn't want to just talk to, dead people. I really wanted more. But it took me in a whole other direction.
Was on the street now. Seeing that controlling the sleep.